Can I have a snack? I need
You're
some
my snack
water.
pet.
And that's when I
You guys
started
are my
blasting.
snack pack.
Live in 3, 2, 1. Oh, we're already live. Never mind. Hey, I actually got the notification too.
So that's when I started blasting. Good evening, everyone, on this Thursday, March 6th, 2025. This is the pre-tactical muffin top takeover chat. It's either a pre or a takeover, to be determined.
I like how
Tactical
I'm
muffin
on all
top
the
is on.
takeover chats.
Tactical muffin top is on tactical dad duty. So while he is oh, the word's failing me. While he's predisposed, we will stand steadfast in his place and hold the line. Try not to give up our usual time slot, if you will. Honored to have Pat Riot here with us this evening.
Heyo.
Attaboy. And Muffin Top is here in spirit.
In hushed,
Boom, baby.
low tones.
Mark Wiggin, Grit and Grace. Good to have you both here. Thank you, thank you. I don't really have any specific topic to discuss. Other than I think a lot of the smoke. Send it, Pat.
I know you caught that little short live that I did. Was that yesterday?
I caught the last minute of it.
Oh, so you didn't get the meat and potatoes.
I went back and
oh, okay.
Yeah, I re-listened, but I'll be honest, I have forgotten since then.
Yeah, my evidence was compelling. Well, let me run back over it for anybody that didn't hear. I put two stories together that may be connected, maybe not. The most recent one that came out, Doge went through the Social Security Administration and found millions upon millions of people that are obviously deceased. And although most people are trying to dismiss that, saying, "Oh, well, most of those people aren't actually getting benefits," I think they're missing the point. The point is it's not the people that are getting the Social Security benefits; it's that other agencies use that reporting to verify eligibility for other things, other kinds of government benefits, and in particular, a story from a few months ago that didn't get any traction unless you watch like Tim Pool. They were using the Social Security rolls to verify registered voters leading up to this election. And in my state in particular, it was like some weeks were hundreds of thousands of people being run through the Social Security Administration to verify if they were still alive or not, or if they were if it was a valid Social Security number. Well, hundreds of thousands per state and millions of obviously deceased people on the Social Security rolls. I think those two stories kind of line up a little bit and make that there was a steal operation in being implemented, but it just wasn't enough. And then that makes me think, are there really like 50-ish% Democrats in this country? Or is it like 70% conservative / independent and like 30 or 28% actual Democrats, and the rest is just fake? Or am I just a lunatic and I need to put on my tinfoil hat? so the satellites quit
Hashtag
burrowing into my
tinfoil
brain.
hanging.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I don't know what the number, what the actual number would be, how it would come out in the rub, but it could be enough to be election deciding for sure.
Well, a lot of the states come down to several thousand votes. When Brandon Herrera was running for representative or House of Representatives or the Senate or whatever the heck he was running for, his election came down to 400 votes. That's like a one precinct counting error these days. So when it comes down to just a few thousand votes, I want to say 2020, I heard a number where it was, if you look in the right places, it was only a 40,000 vote difference over the entire United States. So when you can sway an election by that little, I just can't see where, the millions of obviously deceased people still on the Social Security rolls, plus before running up to this election, they were registering thousands and hundreds of thousands of people per week, running them through the Social Security Administration to verify that they were a valid number. And Pennsylvania still has mail-in balloting. I got a ballot. My wife got a ballot. Guess how many we requested? 0. Yeah, so that's all I have on that so far. I've been working. I had to go to bed as soon as I got home after working last night, so I didn't get a chance to go in and get any hard numbers to make a compelling argument. But as a 50,000 foot, 30,000 foot view,
Yeah, but
I
I
feel
think
like I'm. Go
that
ahead.
ping pong. That's what Elon was talking about on Joe Rogan the other day. That it's not necessarily that they, like you were saying, it's not that they were necessarily claiming the Social Security benefits, but by them being on the roster, somebody else could use that to forge identity for other things. Use it as proof of life for other nefarious things.
And I really feel like I think it's what's his name, Ian on Tim Pool.
Yeah.
He's been talking about putting our voting system on a blockchain,
Mm-hmm.
where if you could have your individual voting number and you can go on that blockchain and track exactly. I don't know how you could, if you could anonymize the actual vote, like not see who you voted for, but that you voted. And that way you could go in and just check vast swaths of people. Like you could run the people that voted against those Social Security numbers and
Mm-hmm.
and see real how many dead people voted. Because we've been joking about it for years and years and years about, the way I'll finally vote Democrat. It's been a joke for such a long time. But if they're able to turn that into thousands and thousands and not just a few here and there that we can actually catch, then it sounds like they may have been swinging elections for a long time.
Possibly.
And like Honda likes to say, like, what's the purpose of a voting machine? Rather than the convenience of being able to give it a preliminary number early in the night and then verifying with the paper, like, I don't see any valid reason to actually trust those machines whatsoever. Because we've been told over and over again how they're not connected to the internet. They can't, they're secure and fair. And then a guy makes a video of cracking one in like 10 seconds. Not to mention Colorado that leaked like hundreds of thousands of passwords for them.
There are means to an ends of an uneducated society. and in a very lazy society, so that it's very easy to manipulate the sheep.
Care enough to look into it or even care. Be like, oh well, we lost this time. We'll get them next time. And it just, I don't know. It tells me that the countries might not be as crazy as we think it is. There's just a few powerful people, like George
Mark
Carlin
Liggins
used to
says
say.
it's a big party and you're not invited.
I was just about to say, like George Carlin used to say, it's a exclusive club and you're not in it. And they use
Yeah.
that club to beat you. The owners of this country don't want that. They want us to look divided. There's a cartoon a long time ago. It said it had a bunch of protesters outside of a bank, and like this assistant is talking to the bank owner or whatever, saying they've caught on to our scam. They know what's going on, and then the CEO says, "Introduce identity politics."
Mm-hmm. Mark Liggins says one good thing about Texas is we have voter ID. In fact, I actually had to get a copy of my birth certificate the last time I got my driver's license renewed. Yeah, I think that's nationwide now. Because as of this year, the Gold Star Real ID becomes law. So after this year, you'll have to have that for federal identification, like to fly or to enter federal courthouses, anything like that. If you don't have your passport, you won't even be able to fly domestically. What up, Justin B?
How you guys doing?
It,
Excellent.
still
Thank you, Grit and
kicking.
Grace. I wasn't sure. Um, sorry, squirrel. I'm at the end of my rope, sleep wise. Yeah, I've got to get mine. My driver's license expires this year. And at 33, I had to call my mother and beg her to find my state copy of my birth certificate that we had to get when I turned 16 and got my driver's license. Till that point, all she ever had was a little hospital copy with my foot stamp, and they wouldn't accept that when I went to get my initial driver's license. So she had ordered a copy from the state years ago, but she said she couldn't find it, so she went ahead and just ordered another one. So I'll have to go get all that together. My list of government issued identification and utility bill and all that, so I can get my gold star. But we have to show ours. We have to show our ID here too.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why that shouldn't be nationwide. And the argument that the other side makes is that it's racist for minorities to have to go get an ID. Like, just they can't afford it, or they don't know where the DMV is, or something.
I
Like
know, that's crazy.
That's obviously a straw man argument. And why not just make the government ID free? Just walk in, prove who you are, and they'll print you an ID.
Yep.
Wasn't it a law like back pre-2000s that you needed to show your ID, or was it just always a state by state thing?
It's state by state.
Because I know growing up, like like watching my parents to go in and stuff, like they always walked in with their ID in their hand. Huh.
So, like Pat said, they've always made the argument that it's racist or that it's a poll tax. But it's funny that the government can justify a time and monetary barrier to entry to vote. Well, I won't allow it for voting, but then they say that that's the technicality that like NFA items aren't banned. You just have to pay a sum and hop through some hoops. Go get fingerprinted and pay the tax and all that.
I have a micro
But I agree.
announcement. Well, I haven't put out any videos this week. It's because I've been working on something pretty sweet for the channel, and when I get a couple things locked in, I will share it with everybody.
Awesome.
Sweet.
It's already in the mail, Grit and Grace. We'll have it before long. So what's the announcement? Or was that the announcement?
He said it's not ready.
Got a couple sponsors.
Congratulations. We look forward to knowing more.
Did you guys see that thermal scope that I linked in the Tactical on Muffin's Discord?
I like what the little video that they have on the bottom of it for when the AI kicks in. It got me a little interested.
Yeah, it like upscales. You can buy the cheaper sensor, and it like upscales it by a few hundred pixels. That's pretty cool.
Not quite at a price point that I love yet, though. But I mean, in
Well,
that
with
size of footprint,
I'll see if I can find the YouTube video. That dude has a code for like percentage off that makes it 7 something for the cheapest version. You're not getting thermal for cheaper than that.
no, not at all.
I really got my eye on the most expensive version only because it has the lowest magnification. I think it goes down to 1.5 with a bigger field of view. I might move some things around and see if I can't make that happen. Now I'm really regretting buying that Flux. Anybody want to buy Flux?
Yeah.
No, but I'll get one of them 43Xs off you.
I'm good with the Flux. I'd take some solder.
I was gonna say I still didn't at work.
That was an old plumber joke.
Yeah. So I'm sure everybody here, panel and viewers at home, are in Muffin's Discord. But North American Rescue is already, it looks like they're hedging themselves against both the continued inflation and the international tariffs. They raised the price. I know this today, the distributor that I buy, North American Rescue products, including the Cat Gen 7 tourniquets, raised prices on everything again after they already did it the first of the year. They've raised the MSRP on the cat tourniquets to $33.99 now. So like back at Christmas when everybody was trying to get out from under whatever they had in stock, and they were selling for $29, blowing them out, from the regular $31.99 that was MSRP. Now they're going to be even more. So when I tell you that people like Jay are not getting rich off of their medical kits, they really are not. I technically can't disclose prices, but I promise when you see like his chest seal, his breathing airway kit that he put up for me badgering him about the chest seals, that twin pack of hyphen mini chest seals and the MPA for $25, that's a good deal. Like that's fair. He's not getting rich on it. It's just something else to offer.
Yeah, I ordered 2 sets.
Excellent. I've got 2 sitting in my cart. I just had to get through the extortion of proving I paid my taxes.
Yeah, sent me for a whirlwind a few weeks ago.
He's admitted before that the Slishmans are manufactured in China, so I'm sure that as these trade wars continue, those probably will not. They're definitely not getting cheaper, but they're probably going to get more expensive, I'm sure. Like Jay already sells them $1 or $2 cheaper than Refuge Medical. let alone the one or two other places in North America that are dealers. Yes.
Yeah, on his
Um,
giveaway, I bought another Slishman, and he threw in a little boo-boo kit for me, and then I bought. He had that medical PDF deal. I bought that off of him, and I'm going to print a bunch of them for various locations.
I had a good conversation with the shop's insurance guy. Is also a regular customer. He was in shooting the breeze today before he headed out of town. So he travels all around the state, to different clients. And he ended up buying a couple of cats off of us. And our local sheriff walked in, and he's a good dude. He's a gun guy. He's a Diamond Wheel 2A dude, too. I hate that he's not running again, but ended up in a three-way conversation talking about cat tourniquets because the sheriff's also a former CB. And he was in rare form today. He was actually in a dress uniform with his battle belt on, and had a cat across the front. And the insurance guy was like, "Oh, what's that?" That brought up the conversation. So that's what made me go get the tourniquets or whatever. And he ended up buying a couple off me. That's how I found out. Was I went to go look to order some more to replace the couple I sold because I'm not getting rich off of it, so I don't keep a ton of that stuff, in stock for overhead reasons. I just run it lean. Keep probably 5 or 6 tourniquets between the black and the orange in stock, and then a few of the North American kits. And I just replace it promptly every time I sell a couple. But I saw the price had jumped. Where was I going with that story? Oh, but anyways, we got to talking about all that. And I went ahead and gave him the last card I had of Jay's. So I got the sheriff's ear tweaked on that. I'm hoping that I gave him the Slishman and gave him Jay's card, so I'm hoping that maybe he makes a big order. So,
well, like you said, the possibility of the prices going up on this stuff. I'm gonna go back to my boss is kind of one of those guys like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, and then he gets around to it when he gets around to it. But I'm gonna remind him probably in the next couple of days that hey, it might be better to order them sooner than later.
Hey, I think I know how I can say what I mean to say without breaching any sort of contract obligations. Normally, when you see something medical related, like any of the gauze, the tourniquets, all that stuff, so that definitely need the North American Rescue stuff. Normally, that dealer's making approximately maybe 20% markup on it, 22%. So, like, you just figure whatever you're seeing the list price is, that's probably their margin on it. When I say they're not getting rich, I mean they're not. But anyway, I guess all that was to say the next time I place an order with Jay, I got to put a note in the comments saying I appreciate the stickers and stuff. I'm good. Just give me a big old stack of your business cards so I can pass them out.
If anybody needs an affiliate link for Jay Prepared Citizens website, I think Lawfully needs an affiliate code. He's probably sold more than.
I don't know if I've helped him sell anymore. I know I've bought quite a bit. But like I say, I also know, knowing that he's not getting rich, I know he doesn't have a lot to spare with coupon codes or kickbacks or any of that. I'm not asking that. I just want to see him succeed and keep his prices fair. That way it's win-win for everybody.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to drop affiliate codes or anything like that, but I think I'm going to, here probably in the next month, I'm going to pull the trigger on one of his radio kits because that's, I think, where he's going to make some money over the medical is his radio kits, which
the radio is definitely doing more.
And stuff.
He makes good money off selling those radios.
Yep, and you get peace of mind that you're not buying some weird knockoff or something. Like you're getting what you're ordering. Because some of that,
right, like I know somebody who knows stuff about radios is testing it,
Right,
like I've had him program my radios and stuff, and when I'm telling you, there is literally everything in my area, plus some, in that thing. Like it is jam packed. Like he went well above and beyond what I paid. Well above and beyond. And
Speaking of Jay, he's doing an evening live stream here shortly. If y'all
yeah,
got that notification.
I'm gonna see if he's gonna start maybe in the future just doing just the repeater stuff too, kind of like by itself without the radios for guys that already have their stuff set up.
ACR Protect, good evening. Thanks
What
for
up,
being
ACR?
here.
Yo, DM me, man. We're going to try and get something going with you.
Thank you, Grit and Grace, for dropping the link. Prepared Citizens Training Group at preparedcitizenstg.com. And then there's the link for his live stream here in about.
Yeah, Jay's doing a Thirsty
20 minutes
Thursday
or so.
chat.
Yep. Yeah, I got the notification just after we went live here.
Yeah, no
If I don't know,
disrespect for
Good
him, but I
morning.
actually had a chat lined up with another individual for this evening. So if my boy passes out here soonish, I don't know if 9 o'clock Central is too late for you guys. If so, I'll try and reschedule. If not, I'll do a short chat with this gentleman. So
Literally nothing is too late for me.
you do you, boo boo. Randall Munson, your new name to me. And thanks for being here. He says he's got his hush puppies on. Like the shoes, or you talking about like a pair of silencers? ACR recognizes you. He says, "Hey, Randall."
good old Whisper Pickle.
Justin, you were saying lots of indoor test videos. The Ruger LCR was this week, and that Smith & Wesson was today. But that LCP Max, that was a video I filmed back before Thanksgiving, probably.
Still probably more rounds fired in that amount of time than I have. It's been crazy busy. Jeez.
Oh yeah, that's the only live ammo I have discharged. I haven't shot any of my own guns like outdoors at any distance in a long time.
I've just been playing with the Mantis in the house.
Oh shucks, it was pretty close distance.
Yeah, I got to get a hold of one of the Mantis Blackbeards, man.
That was only from like, I don't know, 2.5, 3 yards. I stepped up a little bit. The cost of missing the backstop is terrible. So I don't want to miss the bullet box.
What is that backstop?
So that big sucker is an AR-600 steel box with like 3 inches of ground up rubber matting. Like it's the same shit they put in shoot houses. A local contractor that builds them for a semi-local military installation has some extras left over, and he's friends with the owner, so he welded that onto a dolly. That way we can move it around. And that gave us some way to test fire stuff before we necessarily send something back. So we stand behind everything that we sell, new or used, and I always tell our customers if they have trouble with it, we'll send it back to the manufacturer on their behalf rather than them messing with customer service.
Yeah, because that's an awesome, handy little thing right there.
It is. The center of it's starting to bulge though, so I wonder. That was the initial question was, well, what's it rated for and what's the round count? And he was like, as far as I know, like infinite. And the guy that demoed the materials to us the first time shot a 308 from like a foot from it, like at an angle, and held his hand up there or whatever. Like he basically Saddam Husseined it, just held the rifle out with one hand and stuck the other hand in front of it to prove that it wouldn't bounce back. The largest we have fired into it is 6.5 Creedmoor so far. I can tell you in that enclosed space that iPro 10 millimeter will curl your eyelashes. First time I shot one of those SIG P320X10s, like it just like had an ear pro but not iPro. Just the overpressure.
You guys ever seen that guy that got busted in Australia that had a bunch of guns in under a secret door to his basement?
Yeah, well, it wasn't even like a basement. It was like a secret bunker, but yeah, under his couch or whatever, like the rug and then the couch over it.
And he dug like a 50-yard tunnel in his basement to actually shoot. Like that inspired me. I think I was thinking of trying to do something like that in my basement.
I know people that shoot in their basement in town, like they shoot 22s. Got a guy that buys a bunch of Colibris just to shoot like 15 yards or whatever in his basement. That's right. Every country has hillbillies. That dude was set up like the guy from Trimmers, though. Like he had like a Barrett 50 and a whole bunch of like super illegal shit for Australia.
Speaking of 50, I get to play with one on a semi-regular basis now. One of the buddies got one that I'm real close with, so that should be an expensive, fun thing.
Just be sure you're putting into the ammo pot.
Yeah, well, I got 50 rounds, so
I got you.
You know what's better than owning a boat?
The day you sell it,
having a friend that owns a boat.
The better than owning a boat is having a neighbor with a boat. What's better than owning a pool? Having a neighbor with a pool. What's better than owning a 50 cal? Having a neighbor with a 50 cal.
I don't know if I'd want a neighbor with one going off all the time. But it would be cool to put one neighbor's boat in the other neighbor's pool.
While shooting the 50.
Be puddle pirates. Gray says her backyard's a range.
It's an older bolt style, so it's a little bit easier on ammo.
Probably one of the Armalite.
All right,
Yeah,
fools,
that's what I
technical
think
dad
it
duty's
is.
over. I'm gonna message this guy and see if he still wants to chat. If not, then I'll hop on Jay's.
Yeah, way back when I was making really good money, I had my eyes set on a 50. It was $8 grand. And my wife, I think she actually told me no that one time.
Well, he picked this one up for I think 23.
I can't knock it for the cool factor and probably the like neighborhood bragging rights. But anything that I would want to accomplish for the 50 BMG, you can buy, albeit terribly expensive, but better performing ammunition over the counter. Well, okay, not over the counter, but that's in circulation in something like .6 or 300 Win Mag, and do anything anti-material that you would want with, that you're going to accomplish with over-the-counter 50 ball.
Well, this buddy, I think he did it for the boom factor to kind of, because he was like, I think I got something louder than your cannon. I'm like, buddy, I got news for you. It's not louder than my cannon.
That's
308's enough for me.
There's a cannon for sale like 20 minutes away from me.
Get it.
They want like $2,500 for it.
Get it. Get it. The powders and stuff are floating around again, and they're not what they used to be, obviously. But I just got a bunch of powder for a decent price, and I'm happy with it. So, just waiting for the next holiday. Go make some noise. But I got one of those the billiards cannons, because I come across billiards balls all the time. So
Yeah, I don't know what
You
caliber
check. Sometimes you can
bore that
find
thing has.
sometimes you can find the old worn out like 20 or 30 millimeter autocannon barrels. And I've seen where guys will buy those like for scrap money, and then they'll chop one of those barrels up to make 3 or 4 cannons out of them.
like, I mean, I don't even have any ambitions of like using it as like the billiards or whatever, but I like loading it up and making it go boom.
Yeah, but you can launch golf balls like to space. Use them as a signaling cannon or a big black powder like mountain howitzer. You just like level
Add
it
food
off and
coloring.
just shoot a
Add,
bunch of rocks.
add a bunch of food coloring in there before you do it. Smoke
But
signals.
have I told the story about the Sons of Confederate veteran reenactors before?
I don't think I've heard that one.
Me either.
So, so this is like third or fourth hand story. Like I don't know these guys, but one of my best friends and his dad used to do Civil War reenacting, and allegedly another group of the Sons of Confederate veterans that were like an artillery unit that they would reenact with. One dude owned his own mountain howitzer, and so for black powder season, him and like 3 of his buddies would like sight it in like one weekend on the particular corner of this property, then throw corn out, you know, because on private land you can hunt over bait, and then they would just sit out in lawn chairs in their camo and just wait for some deer to end up out there, and then they would load it with grape shot and just touch it off with a cigar, and then everybody go down there and pick up a deer and tag it.
I'm gonna have to look up the legality for some poultry items during black powder.
But it's
Seems like a good morning.
I mean, as far as I know, it's legal in all ways here. And I mean, I guess as long as you don't maim one, which it's just a whole gamble. I mean, you either you think it's either clean miss or clean kill by the time they're shooting, you know, a whole canister of 58 caliber musket balls. Or 46, I don't know, whatever they're using. You know,
You know, they say truth is
basically,
always stranger than fiction. That sounds like that kind of sounds like fiction.
like I
But
say,
it's
I
just
can't independently.
it's just believable enough though.
Seems like some shit that I know some people that I know would do. So I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure someone somewhere's done it.
It's wholly believable to me. People do some pretty crazy, like bleeding edge of legal stuff. I'll never forget back during the Obama era ammo panic after Sandy Hook. You know, when people would form lines. I was working at Walmart at that point in time, and this lady had stood in line, you know, for an hour and a half, 2 hours with the rest of the people to get ammo. And she stood there and said she needed 17 HMR. And so I showed her like the 3 options that came in that night. Like, which one do you want? She's like, I don't know. He just said whatever. Well, I don't know, whatever's good for deer. And I laughed, and probably the next 4 people within earshot all laughed. And she was like, what? And we all were like, that's not legal for deer. And she was like, oh, he can break the law himself, and stomped off mad. After she stood in line for an hour and a half.
That sounds like something my wife would do.
I mean,
Well, Pilgrim is a real pilgrim. He lives in Plymouth, Massachusetts.
What up, Pilgrim?
Team Quack Attack's here.
I remember. Go ahead.
I'm saying hi.
I remember way back when I was still a kid. I'm not even sure if my wife and I were married yet. I was working on one of my cars and I got the wrong brake pads. And she was going into town anyway, so I was sent her to return the brake pads. She's like, "Where did you get them?" I'm like, I don't remember. I think Advanced Auto Parts. So she goes to Advanced Auto Parts and tries to return them. And the guy's like, "We didn't sell those." And she's like, "Well, my husband said they were." And she got all rude with the guy. And then he points at the box. It says fucking Napa on the box. She came back and threw those fucking brake pads at me.
My grandfather was an electrician, and he sent my grandmother to get some plugs for him one time. And I don't remember the whole story completely. It was something about, I need you to go get me some male plugs or whatever, and she wouldn't do it. She was embarrassed to ask for male plugs.
she knew it was a setup.
No, male and female.
I know.
Electrical and plumbing. That's funny.
I know.
But yeah, a male plug.
Quack's hollering at you guys, saying, hey.
Holler back, brother. Guys, I'm smoking some salsa right now. So I fixed the furnace tonight. Yesterday I went and helped somebody with the flat tire. Get this. Guy ran over a pair of fucking needle nose pliers. Went right through the middle of his tire.
That's some luck. Gravel road?
Nope, paved.
Wow.
I know. That's what we said. I said, you better hang on to them. That's the most expensive set of needle nose you'll ever fucking own.
Front tire or back tire?
Rear driver's side tire.
He hit it with the front axle and popped them suckers up. Caught him on the way down with the back tire.
Yeah, he's lucky like that.
I had a buddy. He somehow picked up a whole screwdriver.
Wow.
Whole flathead. I was like, dude, I think somebody left that next to your tire and you ran it over.
I don't know, Grit and Grace. He was just driving a single cab Silverado and fuck.
Yeah, like Randall, like sending somebody for blinker fluid. Or one of the best ones I heard, my friend in the guard, he said they had a ROTC cadet, it was a fuzzy patch just getting ready to graduate and be a second lieutenant that was in the field with them one weekend. And they convinced him that the chem lights were licking stick. So they had this fucker licking chem lights and trying to stick them to the whip antennas of their radios. And they fall in dirt and they're like, no, you gotta get it wetter. So this guy's like licking a dirty ass chem light. And he's fixing to graduate from college and be a second lieutenant, a commissioned officer. And they got him over here licking this dirty chem light.
Nice.
Well, I know what I'm doing next month at the we're gonna do like a little off-grid weekend. I'm getting somebody with that.
Yep.
I'm getting somebody.
Give them to tear open the full bags silos and tell them that they're licking stick.
Something about the saliva mixes with the chemicals. I'll get somebody with that shit.
That guy hasn't messaged me back. We do whatever.
Even if it's got to be my own wife, I'll get somebody.
Yep. Get some of them adult snappets and put them on the toilet seat.
Oh, I have a metric ton of those. I have really good ones too.
You see that joke's really, really funny once, but you'll never hear the end of it. Worth it. I like the one where you tell a guy to fill up all the work truck tires with winter air and have him take all the summer air out.
That's messed up.
He did that all day. And you're like, are you serious right now? He's over here changing out this air. And he's like, well, at first I thought it was stupid, but then like it made some sort of sense, right? Hey, man. It's either that or you give him a big old jar of duck butter and have him start wrapping freaking ductwork.
My continual reminder, anytime that I come across somebody in a scenario that just seems just absolutely stupid, is I have to remind myself that everybody knows something about something. Like, we've all got our area of expertise. Even the dumbest person you know knows a fucking lot about something. So anytime somebody comes in with like ammo backwards in their magazine, trying to get it in there, I've seen that. Like,
I've seen that.
you fucking try hard enough, you can get a whole ass 9mm shoved in backwards if you try hard enough.
Mm-hmm.
But then I remember that guy, like, he knows more about taxes than I do, or he, like, anytime you see somebody like that, you have to like remember to take your scoop of humble pie and remember that they know something you don't too.
Fair enough. And just like in the book of William of Ravenshire, right? That one accountant guy, he didn't feel very cool because he didn't have all the gear and shit. But he can be the guy who counts every calorie out for everybody, and he could be the difference between your family and your group starving and not.
I'm not.
Grit and Grace, you're gonna have to change your picture because everybody's trying to hit you up. She's been hit
Tonight?
on like three different chats. Like people are like, "What up? You single?"
Well, it's two to my knowledge, but this is the second night you've mentioned that.
Yeah.
You're gonna run her off for all of us.
Nah. Grit and Grace is cool.
I feel like there's a lot of lonely guys out there.
Yeah.
I think there's just a lot of lonely people, period.
Well, especially like I know like Wiretight didn't mean nothing by it, but like he's like especially when you're a prepper and like I know, thank God, my wife married me before I was ugly because I'd be fucked right now. But like the dating scene is fucking horrendous. Like R cannot lock in a date to save his fucking life, and he's a good looking dude.
Were you like a
Like if I was
reverse Princess and the Toad? Like she kissed you and you turned ugly? Like, what do you mean you're glad you...
No, I fucked up my back. I got depressed and ate myself up like 125 pounds.
Yeah, but you're back down that.
Yeah.
And you just made this like super depressing. I was trying to like,
Oh yeah,
rib you a little.
I went through some depression, bro.
Well, I got married and then I got really, really comfortable. So I'm working on getting that down.
That's good.
Just don't pull a Mickey Rourke and like get all fat and shit, and then lose it and get a bunch of plastic surgery and end up like ugly.
Michael Jackson's pretty, bro. Don't even play with me.
Face slap, palm slap. I said Mickey Rourke. Not Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's dead, man.
I went with a different fucking dude. All right, calm down. Michael Jackson has way horrendous plastic surgery. Is the moral of that story?
I think the most egregious has got to be Madonna.
Oh God.
I like that meme. Like, does anybody have Roseanne Barr being hotter than Madonna on their 2022, 2023 bingo card or whatever it was, 2025?
Howdy from Alaska, says Dom BDG.
What up, Dom?
Dom, I'm still waiting on those sailor crackers. Where are those things?
No,
You promised me you'd send me a bunch of them cheaper than Amazon.
Yeah, that's the only place I could find those fuckers is on Amazon.
Justin B, what's your weekend looking like?
Whole bunch of nothing.
I'm not locking a time to talk to you about something.
Yeah. Message me whenever.
My plans currently depend on if we're getting 7 to 10 inches of snow by tomorrow. So,
Jeez. I mean, the only thing I think I'm doing this weekend is putting some shiners in the pond.
nice. Yep, because if we get the snow, I'll be moving it. So,
Dom, I was just kidding you. You're good, man. If I really wanted mine, just order them from Amazon. Regretfully. We don't have a lot of pilots or seamen here. So
that's because you
there's no reason.
swallowed it all.
I didn't. Leo did.
Oh, Leo. I knew that 8-ball was
Of course
asking
I
about
did.
him. That's funny.
What up, Groundbird?
What I miss? Good job.
Oh, everybody continued on with all the celebrities I thought were homely. You familiar with that word, Muffin Top? Homely?
Lonely?
Homely.
Yeah. That's usually what we call some hobo-looking dudes.
That's homeless.
Nah,
I'm glad you're good at numbers because you're horrible with the English language.
that's very true. No, there's a step before homeless. But yeah, I suck at English. I don't do the words too good, but I know 2 and 2 makes 4, Jenny.
So, Dom, what time is it right now in Alaska? Like, what's local time to you? Because I don't even know.
Plus a day minus 12 hours.
Use Google.
I mean, I could, but it's just as easy to ask him. And then when he says it's like 6 p.m., I'll be like, okay, that's about what I thought.
He's going to say it's 8:30 at night, but it's daytime out.
About time. I'm almost at 1,000 subs. Nice, JT Bushcraft. I've been trying to bark up that tree for about 1.5 years.
See, 6 o'clock. That's what I thought.
It's 21:14 here.
I got 22:12.
Oh. Yeah, I do have this a couple minutes fast.
Yep.
I have a deep disdain for people who use military time.
You should use military time.
It's a lot
Yeah, then
easier
you
to
don't
tell
have to.
somebody,
A cut
to tell
above the
somebody in the
rest.
dark what time it is in military time with your fingers.
Well, a lot of
It eliminates the AM/PM confusion.
Yeah, I got on it because you had to fill out your time cards and stuff for security and military time. So it's not that hard. And it
What fucking
confuses quite
sucks
a
is
few
trying to
people.
figure Zulu time.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's
Then you
9
gotta know-
o'clock. It's 9
Then you
o'clock.
gotta know what your
AM or PM.
hostile-
Is it dark or is it light?
Yeah.
You cracked it, Pat. You cracked the code.
Daytime or nighttime?
What if you work underground and you don't know? You hadn't seen the sun in 6 whole days.
Like
What
a
was
mole
that?
person?
So what if you work underground and you haven't seen the sun in 6 whole days?
Or you're
Oh.
a seaman on a ship and you haven't seen the sun in a month?
Isn't it odd that we call it the sun, but really it's the father of all life? There's some Honda shit for you.
No.
How come we drive on a parkway and park on a driveway?
Uh,
I've seen that before, but I don't know. Do you know, like, the etymology of that?
Nope.
That's a good word choice. I definitely can't spell that one.
Why is it when you move something by car, it's called shipping? When you move something by boat, it's called cargo.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I like that.
Well, cargo is the freight, the product. Shipping is the act.
I know, it's a joke.
I can take a joke. I'm waiting for you to explain. I'm wanting you to explain to me the parkways and driveways thing.
Listen here, if you have 4-wheel drive, pretty much anywhere you want to park's the driveway, all right?
Yeah, 6
So you drive to the wrong person's yard.
Nope. You drive away. What the fuck?
Randall's Little Adventures, thanks for being here. And howdy to you, sir.
Yeah.
JT Bushcraft is about to hit his 1K subscribers.
Loaded.
Y'all need to check out Randall's Little Adventures. He did his pocket dump, EDC pocket dump challenge from Twin and ACR. I keep meaning to film one of those in anticipation of being nominated. I never got an opportunity yesterday to like splay it all out somewhere where I could film it. I don't have like a tabletop or a desk or anything to myself in our little 2-bedroom duplex. So
Hey, man. Hashtag yellow lid gang.
The review things that I did, I just spread my whoopee out on my bed.
I spread you out on your bed.
Easy now.
Can I watch?
After dinner. I cannot watch.
such a big.
That's good. You're welcome.
Yeah, Zulu time is too far off from the normal time. I don't think I can use that.
Pat, you see, don't poke the bears. Comment.
No, I can't see comments.
Says you're old.
Oh,
But you're our
well, for clarification, he said,
You got
all right, we're yeah.
I still don't know what he said.
Said you're old.
He said that you and he are the only ones old enough to remember Gallagher.
Um, I know Gallagher, but I was talking about George Carlin.
You
But I
talking
remember
about Gallagher
Gallagher too. No,
the arcade
Gallagher, he
games?
smashed things.
You kind of roboted a
He
second.
had
Say again.
Gallagher, he was a comedian. He smashed things on. That was his big thing, is smashing watermelons and other things.
Mm-hmm.
And
Good and Grace, remember, she's old enough.
he had one bit where he took a Nintendo, and that hit me right to the core right there, because he's like, this stupid game, and he smashes the game. He's like, this stupid Nintendo is too slow. Smashes the Nintendo, and then he goes, it wasn't the Nintendo, it's the, and he smashes the controller, and that's, that was a thing when I was a kid. We all blamed the controller when we couldn't win the game.
Gosh, you don't poke the bear. I'm tracking now.
Tracking like a tank bear.
Grit and Grace said only once. Only once. I like watching Carlin's old stuff. He made a lot of good points, but you could also tell that he was very
Liberal.
that too. But I don't know. The words are failing me.
Cynical.
Well, you're good. You're a wordsmith. Come on, Lawfully.
Yeah, cynical would work. That's fitting.
Black.
You roboted and it sounded very racist.
He said black robe. He was very grumpy by the end. Those last couple sets, he was. He didn't see any redeeming quality in anything or anybody. The way he sounded.
All right, what's everybody's favorite chickens? I'm getting some Rhode Island Reds. Let's get a poll going.
Whatever you're frying.
No,
I don't give a fuck what color they are. They all eat.
No, I'm doing eggs, bro. Egg production.
Whatever lays in Nebraska, I guess.
Well, definitely Rhode Island Reds.
You don't have any like Nebraska neon greens or something?
No. Yeah.
I got whatever Tractor Supply gets in stock.
Yeah, they always have Rhode Island Reds. They work pretty good. There's another one that R wanted to try a couple of, but I forgot what he said.
Wasn't Foghorn Leghorn a Rhode Island Red?
Rhode Island Reds are like maroon color. He was white.
Oh, okay. Bitter. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, Rhode Island Reds are like a brown light tan with like a red head.
I think you need whatever Foghorn Leghorn was.
A white leghorn.
Okay, perfect.
I'm just looking at pictures of chickens, so I'm cheating.
I just watched a video the other day. They did a breakdown of a couple different chicken breeds about, how quiet they are and what their egg production is. And I did learn a new trick. If you're wondering what chickens you might want to call, or the ones that aren't producing, you look at their what's the frickin' thing called on top of their head? The
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's it's like a pale color if they're not producing very much, and it's a darker red color if they're doing really good.
Yeah. What is it called? The comb? Is that right?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Great and Grace said the comb. I thought you were going to say the other end. And I was going to be like, Polenka?
Oh my! Don't be sticking your finger anywhere lawfully.
No.
Oh yeah.
I don't got it. Used to be a chicken sexer. He can tell you male or female chick by squirting it.
Oh man.
Like you pinch them and whatever color goo squirts out, you can tell if they're male or female.
Oh my god.
Look at that. We're pulling 11. We're pulling 11 viewers. I'm talking about sex and chickens.
That's for you.
And we're actually thinking about trying to get a rooster and see if we can't make some more chicks instead of going and buying them.
Yep.
People giving roosters away all the time.
Those are the ones you chop up and freeze, baby. A chicken in every pot.
I've done zero research on actually breeding chickens.
I imagine that you know what, that one's not good for YouTube. I'm going to hold that one for myself.
Nature finds a way. You hold your tongue up on top. You're the one scrolling cockbook right now.
Yeah. Because this chat's so exhilarating.
The only thing I know about chickens is what I learned in Guam at the chicken fights.
Freeze your camp. Mm-hmm.
I guess there's about a 30-second delay because now everybody's chiming in on the chicken sexing joke. Chicken sexing, instead of asking how they identify, yeah. In the animal world, there's no confusion. They're male or female. Otherwise, they're just gay.
Yeah, if they're confused, we just eat them.
Like there's only boy dogs and girl dogs. The ones that just hump everything are gay. Pilgrim says sex with chickens and sexing chickens are two very different topics. Yeah, he was a chicken sexer, not a
chicken
chicken molester.
It was pre-tenderized. Oh my god. Depends on what part of the country you're in, Pilgrim. They could be one and the same.
In Kentucky,
they're called fleshlights.
Oh, I'm glad my channel's small. I don't know what terms of service we're violating. There's got to be more than one guy.
I like Robot Chicken, by the way. I don't know if anybody else is like that show, but
Like
part of the reason why I'm so fucked up.
A year or two ago, the beginning of the chat probably would have got you a strike.
Yeah.
With my my voter fraud theory.
Oh yeah, that too. I was thinking the solicitation to buy your solder.
Pew pew.
Your soldering iron.
Yep. Your soldering gat. I ain't got a gat, but I got a soldering gun. These are my favorite things. I can sure kick your butt in a game of ping pong. Ace any trivia quiz, bring on. Fluent in JavaScript as well as Klingon.
What are you going to MC Chris now?
What?
Did you just have a
white
stroke?
rapper?
That's Weird Al Yankovic. Don't even fucking play it like you don't know.
I didn't know that was Weird Al.
Oh my god.
Well, I will say this: if you've never tried an emu egg, they're not bad.
Ooh. Hashtag loaded.
Come on, dude.
Or he's just really fast and he outran the emu.
Yeah, he could have just capped it. The boy be packing. He's good to
Well,
go.
they're also
Yeah, but
really
then you're-
cheap too.
They're huge, they said. They're huge.
So did you like have it all to yourself, or did you share it with somebody? Because sharing is caring.
Oh well, no, it's at the bug out spot. There's a few out there. Trying to turn a few into a lot more than a few for the past year, but it's not quite working out.
TMT, have you heard back from your guest?
No, we're just fucking around all night. We're good.
Surely Jay's gone live by now. I bet that's where Grease is at. Should we jump over there, or is everybody having a good time here?
I'll always have a
I'm-
good time with you, lawfully.
I'm having a splendid time.
So we can keep it going here.
Great and Grace said she's still here.
I appreciate y'all.
Muffin Top sacrificed his chat so we could be with the real ones.
Well, I'm 2 miles back from the 31 miles in 31 days challenge.
Yeah, I gotta catch back up on that.
I'm hoping for some fair weather next week and get in 5 or 6 per day, a few days, and get caught back up. The weather's not been permissible here. I mean, I guess if it's not raining, you're not training, but I hadn't had it in me to be cold and wet. It's been one or the other, if not both, every day for the last like week and a half.
Yeah, when you get a little older, you can't handle that stuff anymore. The moment you get cold and wet, you're sick now.
Yeah.
You can always get a walking pad on Facebook Marketplace. See them on there all the time for dirt cheap.
Yeah, it's about that time of the year where they start popping up for real cheap on Facebook.
Yep.
Those people, the new year, new me.
Yep, they're done.
Speaking of that, I have said it before and I'll say it again. I'm human, so I am a hypocrite. I started out really good yesterday, having 4 scrambled eggs with some Irish butter for breakfast, and then went and ran errands and did my taxes and grocery shopped and everything. And then had just a little bit of time before it was time to pick the kid up from school. And so my last second lunch was about half a container of ice cream. And I think I have pretty much determined that I'm acutely lactose intolerant. I paid for that last night.
Well, just blame it on the taxes. Had you down.
Oh, that definitely gave me some turmoil. But no, it was definitely the ice cream. The frozen dairy dessert, it actually doesn't have enough milk fat to call it ice cream legally. So I paid for my caloric sins out the ass.
Literally.
Literally.
I like that, my caloric sins. That's going up on the wall somewhere in this house.
It's not. It's that soft frozen dairy. The Blue Bunny soft cookies and cream. It's like light and airy and smooth, but it's good. I know I don't need all the like bean guns and shit that are in it to make it stay that way. It's horrible, but I don't expect to live to be 80 anyway, so the occasional
You're gonna
indulgence.
make it to 80. Come on, man. You say fuck it, cap it out at 79.
Pretty much, Mark. That's That's what it was. Pat ACR says he's at 17 miles as of today.
Oh man, ACR, I'm at 5.5. I'm sucking it up. The last 3 days after work, I had to go help people. Today was a furnace. Yesterday was a tire.
Don't poke the bear asked a question. So I do work at a few dispensary, and I have not had any issues with Arrow, but I have heard of people having issues. In fact, I had heard a complaint from a customer before it all just days before it splashed all over GunTube and social media about Arrow not fulfilling their orders. So I think what it sounds like happened was that they ran like a huge sale on
Yeah.
Black Friday and like overextended themselves. Like they oversold stuff that they didn't actually have produced yet and have prioritized like distributor and vendor orders over those, because it sounds like distributors are still getting stuff here and there, and their shipping department is having trouble like fulfilling orders. The guy that I talked to, his gripe was basically he bought 2/3 of a rifle a part at a time rather than buying a complete upper, and they've shipped him like one part here and one part there, but they still owe him like 5 or 6 other parts off of the same order number. And he's gone back and forth with him via email and just is not getting any response. And that's what other people have said on social media. So I'm going to have to go along with what Josh from I'm going to go with what Josh from Focus Trip told everybody last night. And don't buy it from Arrow Direct right now. Buy it from a distributor or from another online retailer that has it in stock if you're wanting something Arrow or Ballistic Advantage. I would probably just pass on anything sold under the Stag Arms brand, because I don't see how any of it's worth the premium. Unless you're explicitly looking for like a 3-gun rifle, I don't know why you would buy anything Stag Arms out of that family of brands. That being said, I still haven't seen any quality issues with the product that they do ship. Like I've not noticed anything wrong with any of the lowers or bolt carrier groups or any of that. Like I got an Arrow bolt in this week. Send it, Pat.
I have one experience with Stag Arms. That was a 308 upper and lower set, and the upper was out of spec, and you couldn't even put a magazine in.
Junk.
I had to take a Dremel and a file to where the barrel extension slides into the upper. It was sticking out into the magazine well. I had to take a Dremel and a file to it to get a magazine to go in. And I got it on a blem sale. You know, when you do a blem sale, I'm thinking like scratches or something like that, not a complete defect that makes it unusable to the average person.
Yeah, aesthetic defect, not mechanical defect.
Yeah, like I think 98% of even gun guys that got that set in wouldn't know what to do.
For any of you that have been around for any period of time, you know that I have harped on PSA a little, but I will not ever praise BCA. Because Bear Creek, I've seen more that were junk than were good, particularly on their side charging uppers that they're known for. I've seen more of them be Jamomatics than not. So the craftsmanship lacks. But then also just the fact that they got busted with like more than a dozen illegals working for them, that tells me everything that I need to know they're not pro-American. They're just pro-dollar and working under the table. And when there's so many other manufacturers that are as good, if not better, and are genuinely hiring Americans start to finish, why would I spend my money with them?
Yeah, Delta T Tactical. Omni.
Tactical Muffin top endorses Delta Team Tactical and ATI Omni poly hybrid lowers, the max lowers. I've seen those break too. You know that those will shoot right at the buffer tube extension.
Tactical turds.
I have a PSA upper. I've said it before. I've got a 10.5 that's got less than 1,000 rounds total on it, probably like I've had it since Trump's first presidential run. But all of those have been in high round count range sessions. I mean, like the first time I took it out, it was so hot I had to wait for it to cool off. I stuck it to like one of those like plasti dipped wrought iron not patio table, but like bench, and like it pulled some of the plastic off of it with the flash hider. I was like, oops. So I let it cool down before I could take it back. So it's not just 1,000 rounds, 20 or 30 here and there. It's about 1,000 rounds with like 200 to 400 rounds per range session, several range sessions. So I don't know, maybe it's over 1,000 rounds. At one point, I was keeping like an accurate log. It's how it always goes. I start out with like an accurate round count, and then like somewhere along the line, I forget to like note it. And then I realized at a range session later, and then I'm like, now I don't know how many I've got through it.
Messed up, Aaron.
And I know there are plenty of people that'll shit all over Aero Precision. Like I'm not kidding myself that they're the best, far and away from it. I know that they have a percentage of like bulk carrier groups to slip by quality control, or that maybe they've sent a bad receiver set out before or whatever. I can believe that. But I've seen Smith & Wessons that shipped with 2 of the front takedown pins in the gun. Like somehow the guy sticking takedown pins in stuck 2 front ones in the gun instead of a front and a rear, and shipped it that way. I have seen them with. I've seen about every brand not have a staked castle nut, or the castle nut is screwed down and maybe even staked, but then like they've fucked up and bent the end plate, so you've got your rear takedown D10 spring like sticking out the side of the back of the receiver, like squished between the lower and the end plate. I've seen it on a couple of Rugers. I've seen it on at least one Smith. I've seen it on several of the Diamondback DB15s and the DB10s. Like I wouldn't have one of those Diamondback DB10s if you gave it to me. Well, that's not true. I have several guns that have been given to me that I feel honor bound to keep. I'd take it, but I'd be embarrassed to show it to anybody else.
My experience with Arrow, I only have one of their AR-10 sets, the M5 upper and lower, and I love it. The way you capture the grip out, you don't have to worry about the spring or the detent falling out. There's like a little teeny set screw that screws into the bottom.
Yeah, I love it.
Little things like that. Like it fits together. It looks great. And I think
the integral trigger guard, flared magwell. I love the M4E1 lowers. I love them. Love them.
Yeah.
No spec for all the dimensions that matter, with just like subtle enhancements for not a lot more.
my take on PSA is think about it a little bit differently. Like, don't think you're buying a rifle. Think you're buying all the parts for a rifle that are known to work together, and you just gotta like actually build it when you get it. So tear the thing down, inspect everything, loosen the barrel nut up, torque it yourself, put the hand guard on with, put everything together with Loctite and everything, and go through it yourself. And you've got an inexpensive
tool. Weapons are tools.
fairly reliable tool. You just got to put some work into it. Like you don't go buy a Yugo and then think you're going to put it on the racetrack. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can make a Yugo into a race car, but you don't buy a Yugo as a race car. I just realized a bunch of people probably don't even know what a Yugo is.
You don't buy it and kid yourself because you don't buy it and add a spoiler and tell everybody that it's just as good as a Porsche.
Hey, that spoiler in a K&N sticker adds at least 10 horsepower.
So what I always tell our customers, like when they come in and say they're looking to buy their first AR and they're not sure, and their buddy said they can build one and this and that. I know it probably to the customer sounds like an upsell or trying to sway them to spend their money with me as opposed to buying something online and having it transferred. But my heartfelt, sincere advice is that I always say buy the best one you can afford, like of a known quantity brand with a warranty. That way you've got I have a decent AR, and if it's not decent, it has a warranty. Like you check that box. Then when you want your second one, or you want a different upper, or you've shot some and you've shot enough now to become comfortable and familiar with the platform and know what you like, what you don't like, or what you have, like what what you would change. Then you can go buy a parts kit or somebody else's upper or whatever and change it out or build a whole second gun from there. But that way, in the meantime, you've got that niche, you've got that box checked.
So I was thinking about the tax-free holiday coming up for me in Florida. I was thinking about either getting a BCM upper because I don't have one, or just getting another complete arrow build. What do you guys think?
It's a boring answer, probably BCM upper.
Yeah, 'cause I really don't need another full build, but
if you're on the fence, maybe kind of do both. Do a BCM upper and then just buy a lower and throw it in a drawer somewhere.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
I say just buy a Geisley Super Duty because you're hashtag loaded, Justin B.
a what?
Geisley Super Duty.
Hell no, those things are no. I mean, I'll look into that.
I'm just kidding you.
Geisley makes some awesome stuff. I don't know that I think that any of their stuff altogether.
Well, I know the main things that I want to pick up are going to be like accessories, like triggers and stuff like that, just to upgrade everything a little bit. Maybe
they made lots of stuff.
Internal parts kits, because all that's going to count.
Welcome back.
What's that company that DLD talks about all the time? That it's a really inexpensive brand, but then they made a duty rifle that they sold to a couple police departments. Now they sell them to civilians too. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
I would assume probably Geisley, but they've not ever been inexpensive, so I don't know.
No, somebody made a duty rifle in its budget.
It's like in the neighborhood of 6 bones for what they're calling a duty rated rifle.
Oh, is it like Model 1 sales or something? I remember him saying there was somebody that's been in the game a long time that had been kind of subpar that's evidently stepped up. I remember him mentioning that before. I can't remember the brand.
I'll think of it as soon as we quit this chat.
I know. As soon as we stop talking about it, it'll hit me. Jeez.
But what I was saying about buying that BCM upper and then a lower and just throwing in a drawer, like eventually you have enough parts that you'll be able to, spare parts, you'll be able to throw that lower together.
Yeah. And yeah, Muffin, I'm not getting a Super Duty. Like, no. Like, no. Not like they're in stock or anything, but no. I pray to God I never
I wish
need
I
one
could.
good that
Does
bad.
BCM sell a complete rifle?
I don't
I
think
can't
so.
say I've ever seen a complete BCM rifle. I've seen uppers and I've seen lowers.
You might be able to get one from a shop or something that like they put the upper and lower on, but I don't think you can get them ordered as a complete.
I remember a few months ago, well, probably more than that, probably a few years ago. When you get my age, time just doesn't mean anything. But I wanted a BCM rifle because I think Dan Bongino was, singing their praises. So I was looking for one, and I could not find a BCM lower anywhere to save my life. You could find uppers for sale, but no lowers anywhere. And it made me think like maybe they don't even make complete rifles.
So they're kind of like Arrow. They will sell you a complete gun, but you're going to pay several $100s more getting the complete rifle as opposed to buying the identical upper and the identical lower, and you clapping them together yourself. And that's the brand model, and that's why the PSAs are cheaper that way than buying the whole rifle. They don't have to pay the manufacturing tax if they don't sell you the whole gun.
Oh,
That makes a lot of sense now.
yeah.
That's why
I never understood why it was cheaper to buy an upper and a lower separately. It's because they're not actually. Well, they got to pay the tax on the lower, right? Because once you create that, you've created a firearm.
Yeah, they're paying something for serializing, like manufacturing serializing it lower, but there's something about it not being an operating gun that for some reason it's cheaper. And it's more than just that they don't pay. It's somehow there's some huge price incentive because it's not just that they're saving the 75 cents, not paying a guy an extra 30 seconds to slap the two together. Like it's something to do with manufacturing, and I don't know for fact. I don't know that that's what it is, but that's like I don't know the reason why that is the way that it is, but that's that market. It allows them to appeal to more people with the same merchandise than if they were to clap them together and allocate that lower and that upper, like to tie the two together and put it in a box and wait for you to buy exactly that configuration, and to allow them to have. Like I didn't realize that they had 40 something uppers until the other day when Muffin Top, before that last chat, said, "Hey, put together a rifle, like see what you can do." I didn't realize all this time that I've been telling people they'll get a BCM upper that they have that many configurations now between barrel profiles, links, and handguard types. I knew they had a bunch, but I didn't know they had like literally 40 different uppers. So
that makes sense too. You know, you may want one type of handguard and one type of pistol grip.
Yeah, or buttstock or something.
Yeah, or buttstock, and to have every configuration already put together and ready to go would be ridiculous. It's so much easier just to sell uppers and lowers separately.
And then like the example of PSA, and it may be this way for like BCM and Arrow at times too. But PSA evidently runs like they rob Peter to pay Paul, so it's nothing for them to cut their own throat to have a wash leader for the week with their like daily deals and different things they do. Like they spin up, make a run of something, and they've got it. Like we needed to go back out the door because we've got bills to pay to keep going. So like that's why they'll cut their own throats sometimes just to regain some liquidity. They'll blow some of that stuff out that they make. Oh, by the way, if anybody's wanting to get into 5.7, Ruger evidently dropped the ass out of their 5.7 pistol this week. It dropped by $200 MSRP.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Saying that if you
my money.
wanted to get into, now they sell for 500 or less muffins.
Holy shit. Well, fuck the PSA one at that price.
Yeah, I'd rather have the Ruger.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the point.
Has the Ruger. That thing's fucking great.
I think Ruger is out to ruin PSA. They've killed the dagger now with RXM.
Oh, Ruger drop me a good AR.
They were struggling high cotton, being the only other company to have a 5.7 pistol for a little while besides FN. And then PSA dropped the rock and put a hurt on them. And so now they're like, we'll just slash the price on this stale product and move it.
Oh, man, now I might have to pick one up. Why'd you tell me that?
I just sent a text message I probably shouldn't have.
I have no desire for 5 anything.
Have you shot one?
Nope.
I just want it for the over penetration factor.
Here's the next deal. R likes it so much he wants to get the Keltec Sub 3K, Sub 2K Gen 3 in the 5.7, and that's going to be his out of town rig with his Ruger 5.7.
Well,
The 21 rifle rounds in a pistol is fucking insane.
Mark Ligon.
Ammo that you're not allowed to get.
The Daewoo rifle was very similar to an M16 lower. Very similar. Same fire control group, but then the upper receiver is long stroke piston like an AK, but with an with a stamped sheet metal upper. It was like a real Heinz 57 mutt that turned out to be like a banger of a rifle. And it's a shame that we have been denied ownership of those for nearly 30 years. It'll be neat to see if they actually bring them into the country again at a fair price. So we can all be rooftop Koreans.
Oh, yeah.
And with that, I think I'm going to let y'all go. Muffin Top needs to catch up on some sleep.
Man, the bags under my eyes are like your titties. They're drooping.
My titties are almost non-existent. You're a bastard, by the way.
Howdy, Kellen. Yeah, the K2 and the K1. Well, Glue AK, same difference. Long stroke piston.
The only thing that would even make me consider a 5.7 would be the P90.
We'll get a P90 then.
But it's got to be
you might as well have the Ruger 5.7 with it.
It's got to be a SBR though, like Stargate. That's the only reason I would want one of those.
Strike Industries has some badass new furniture sets for the P90 and the PS90, that make use of that additional length. They go ahead and give you a M-Lock compatible handguard that extends out around all that faux barrel. Honestly, if I were going to get into a 5.7 carbine, I would just buy the goofy little Keltec because you just stand it beside the PS90 and it's like maybe 2 inches longer deployed.
Yeah, my local gun shop actually has a AR upper that takes those magazines, those 50-round magazines.
You know, the company that makes those had an engineer that designed them, and the old guy croaked, and so they don't. And he didn't. They didn't have like blueprints. Like I guess they had blueprints, but like the blueprints don't actually math out to what the tool work. Like it was like some like figured out agreement between the engineer that designed it and the tool room guys. And so when this guy croaked, they forgot how to make them. And that company has spent years trying to like get it right again, and I don't think they've made any for years because they've just never got it to run good again. Like I don't know how you forget how to make something. You, like I could understand designing it, but I would think once you had like figured out the execution to manufacture it, you would have that like noted somewhere. But evidently not.
No, apparently that's why we have issues going back to the moon, right?
That's what they say.
I love you
Yeah.
guys. I'm out.
Later, Muff.
Later, out.
Take it easy.
I'll give you at least 30 more seconds to quit that.
I think the whole moon thing is just the officially, anyways, allegedly. It's the what was written down is not like they didn't keep the all of the calculations and the format that they had it on anyways isn't something that we would read anymore. It'd be like you giving a 18-year-old a VCR, like they wouldn't have any idea.
What?
Let alone the VHS cassette is what goes in a VCR.
Yeah, you give them an unwound cassette tape and a pencil and tell them to figure it out and watch them just stare at it.
I'm not going to say definitively one way or the other if we actually went to the moon or if it was all fake, but 100% of large percentage of the footage and media that we have was faked.
Yeah, I think all the footage is fake.
Oh yeah,
At least from 69. I might believe any of the space footage in the last decade or so. Well, we hadn't been back to the moon in a while, but I think some of the late 90s, early 2000s footage is probably real because it was digital by then. But I don't think anything that was allegedly on film was not made in Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't think any of the actual film stuff was any real. I mean, who knows if we went or not? But like, apparently, we can't even land a little rover on there right now. So who knows? Isn't that thing land belly up? What was it today?
Pat, you can't read it. You can't read it, so I'll read it to you. Kowloon Republic says we went to the moon. We have mirrors we can point lasers at.
Yeah, evidently you can see like rover tracks and stuff if you've got a good enough telescope. So, like I said, I'm not gonna, definitively say one way or the other. But I can tell you with certainty that a large majority of the footage that we have of it was faked. If any of you guys like the Y-Files on YouTube, you could go down some serious rabbit holes watching that guy's channel for hours and hours. He did a couple episodes on the moon. And while we're on the subject, there's another guy, Corsetti. There's a lot of things about Egypt and ancient world, but he also did something on the moon. So did the Y-Files. I don't think the moon is what they've told us it is.
You don't think that
they say it's like a completely dead rock, but then there are like gas eruptions that come out from it, and something about we intentionally crashed some kind of lander or whatever on the moon, and used seismic instruments to calculate how far the reverberations went or something. And evidently the thing rang like a bell for an hour or something like that,
Yeah, I heard about that.
kind of indicating that it's hollow.
So now there's not just hollow Earth theory, there's hollow moon theory.
Yeah. Like there's some very credible
Golly.
evidence that if you have an open mind, you might think that the moon is actually like an ancient space station put there intentionally because of
Maybe.
how perfectly it's placed.
It's a great launching point.
Just how perfectly it's placed to like life on Earth wouldn't exist without the moon. And the chances of it being where it is are just astronomical.
So
I don't know.
Well,
I
I
got
mean,
a
I
lot of
know,
time on my
I know,
hands.
I know the Earth and the Moon are tidal locked, but how would there be no life if it weren't for the moon?
For first of all, just like all the craters on it that it saved us from. But I'm sure it goes deeper than that.
Yeah, that's another thing about the moon. Like, why are the craters all the same depth? Like, wouldn't you think a bigger crater would be deeper than the smaller crater? They're all the same depth.
Are they? I didn't know that. I'm not intimately familiar with the topography of the moon.
Um, about how it's placed just so that it covers the sun at certain times, like when your view from the Earth, the moon, and the sun, how the moon almost perfectly covers the sun. But it's changing though. It, like way back, it used to be perfect, but now it's getting less and less so. Like there's actually a little ring. You can still see the sun a little bit.
Well, it's just MOA. It's minutes of angle.
Yeah. Just a lot of things that I would like some clarification on. I feel like SpaceX, like privatizing the actual space travel,
Mm-hmm.
is a good thing because I don't like how the government's been handling it since the 60s.
What I don't understand is what have we been paying NASA for the last 15, 20 years if we've not been doing anything to actually advance space exploration?
Well, it's because the NOAA falls under them, and it's because they don't just do space. That's the reason why they're still around. The NOAA is under NASA. There's a bunch of really still relevant shit that technically falls under their umbrella.
And the
Because they
fact
have a
that
not
We still don't know
budget.
jack squat about the sea. Like we still know less about what's underwater than space. So tracks, right?
NASA put 2 astronauts on the space station and then fucked up. They were only supposed to be there for like 8 days, and now they've been there for like 8 months, and they have no way to get them. And SpaceX actually has a craft that could go up and get them, but because of politics, the government wouldn't let them do it.
I thought they gave in and let them do it already.
They finally gave them permission to do it, but it wasn't. They scheduled it for after the election. Like those astronauts could have been home months and months ago.
Yeah, I saw where Elon and Rogan were talking about that.
And there's a huge risk of them being in zero gravity for that long.
Yeah,
Like they're gonna have to go through. They're gonna have to go through. What's that called when an athlete recovers from an injury.
You get like muscle after.
Physical therapy.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be like going through physical therapy and all that stuff when they get back.
Then that's even if they live coming back in through the atmosphere and stuff. Like it's a huge toll on your body. Like being up in space, like they have to work out like a stupid amount every day just to like not turn into a noodle and like it's bad on your body.
Yeah, after my motorcycle accident, I was laid up in the hospital for a month, and when I came out, like I had lost my legs used to be like fat guy legs, big calves and everything, and now I got chicken legs.
It was the same as me. I broke my left collarbone and my right femur, and I mean I was in for freaking like over a month, and yeah, like my body was toast after that. All through having to learn how to walk again and shit. Like it was just because I had to wait for something to heal, before I could start rehab and stuff. And like my body was toast.
Rehab, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, it was. Jeez.
I know about the bone density loss and all the other stuff from being in zero gravity, but I was under the impression that astronauts regularly stayed for, you know, 6, 8 months. I thought the big deal with these guys was just that they didn't intend to be there that long, so they weren't
Well, they might not have
maybe
had the
psychologically and resource wise prepared for that long of a stay.
yeah, and they may not have had like 2 years of prior nonstop conditioning their bodies to be there for that long. Like,
Yeah, I kind of, wishes are like buttholes. Everybody's got one. But I kind of wish the government would stay out of a lot of that stuff. Provide for the
I
common defense, regulate actual interstate travel.
I don't. I mean, they should have never been involved as much as they were with getting people home that wanted to be home that didn't need to be somewhere that they were. It's not like Elon was going to be like, "Hey, I'll go get them. Cut me a check."
Well, yeah, he was going to require a big check.
Yeah, it's not like he
They're
was.
going to have to. They're going to have to pay. He wasn't going to do it out of the kindness of his heart.
Yeah, but it's not like he was
And
like rubbing it all out there either, though. He wasn't
and
being
the
nice about it.
like the only other people that could actually go and do it would be like Russia. They still have the capability,
Hmm.
but it's not like we're about to ask them for help. Maybe China. Doubt we're going to ask them for help either.
Well, aren't we like the only? Why isn't that like the only three like actively like even doing it?
As far as
I
I
think
know,
India landed on the moon just a while back.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about like going to the space station with any kind of competency and coming back.
I think it's just American, Canadian, Russian, and Chinese maybe
Yeah,
that have.
I think it's just
I
like
think
we're
the
not even.
Canadians just hitch rides, though. I don't think they
Yeah,
have their own spacecraft.
no.
That's true.
Didn't one of the last ones that we used to have other country parts on it?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I did. I
Talking the
did
four
hear
space
that
shuttles.
Yeah, something about one of the shuttles or something being like one of the other two countries is or some shit, or heavily dependent on parts from them or some shit.
I don't know. I'm not a super huge space nerd. I'm not knocking
Well, I
on
mean,
anybody that is.
well, I've only recently been getting into it because it's like, I get alerts on my phone like twice a week, like, hey, in like 2 minutes, like, look up if you want to see something cool, because I live in Florida and this shit's always shooting up in the air, so it's like twice a week now.
Yeah, I heard from somebody that the whole India landing on the moon thing was like faked. And if you look at the footage, it looks obviously faked. I
Could
didn't
They're
go.
know.
just
I don't
getting
know.
caught up to the 60s.
I didn't care. I didn't care enough to like investigate it.
I mean, it could go either way. I mean, India's not. They're not that incompetent. You know. I mean, could be possible.
Yeah, but a lot of the theories with us going to the moon was it was just cover for them spending a shit ton of money on something else, like the millions and billions that we spent getting to the moon. We were actually using that money for something else.
Oh yeah,
Like maybe
If
especially
there's
they
some.
really,
at that point in
if
time.
they really did do it, if India really did do it, can you imagine the trouble if NASA called them and asked them about their cars extended warranty?
The rover's extended warranty. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're incapable of doing it. I'm just, being a parrot, repeating what I heard.
I don't think that they would dole out the cash to actually do it. So I'm on board with them probably not have done. I don't think they would have done it. Like it's an incredible amount of money to do.
I think that governments, given the opportunity, will spend exorbitant sums in the name of national pride and um, morale,
Yeah, I mean,
especially when the leaders at the time are not popular. They will provide lots of bread and circuses with your own money.
yeah, and I mean, if India really wanted to stick the middle finger to their neighbor, so same thing like that's what the whole space race was we had to get to the moon before other people did, just to prove that we could. National pride.
I think it was that movie Interstellar, and they were telling the guy's little girl that the space race was actually just to bankrupt the USSR. I was like, well,
Brilliant,
that kind of makes sense.
brilliant.
Yeah, it was just a movie. I don't know if there's any proof to that. Maybe
Great
that's just one
concept,
of the
though.
theories.
Hmm.
Just one of the theories as to why we faked it.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why I was agreeing with, like, yeah.
Daryl Dixon. What?
No, I'm good. I was slipping through some sleeping people. Don't poke the bear said, Waffle Orange, India is smart and capable enough to hit the moon. They just live like they're broke.
Reminds me of my boss. I swear he wears like the same 3 Costco shirts all week long to work, but he walks around with a Brinkley. A Brinkley. Look, I'm butchering my words. Wait.
Well, that's pretty sweet, Mark. He said one of his best friends in high school was one of the engineers who developed the Delta rockets that Elon is now using as boosters.
Oh, so my buddy said, yeah, the Ruger 57, he can get it at a lower price now, so it's
But
possible.
only if you order from Ruger, right? Like the one that's sitting on my local gun shop shelves. Like
Yeah,
they
they
didn't buy
probably
it for that cheap, so they
yeah
can't sell it.
No,
yeah.
no,
This guy's
the one that your dealer has sitting on his shelf, he's going to get fucked on, or he's going to buy 3 or 4 at the new price and average it out and get only kind of fucked. Because that was the same conversation we had today. Was we've got one sitting on the shelf that we've had for like 5 or 6 months because a guy wanted to see it, and then never came back. And even if we sell it at cost now, we won't. Like we can't even meet what they're going for now.
Yeah, he went. He's a dealer, so he went and looked. He's like, yeah, I can give him a
Oh,
little bit cheaper.
and Pat, Ruger doesn't sell direct. Ruger is only available through distribution.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Ruger shit is either easy to get or really hard to get, depending on what gun and what political climate we're in.
Yep. Yeah, but Ruger's on Lipsy, right? So
Lipsy's is a distributor that sells Rugers, yes,
yeah.
and they have lots of. Lipsy's has lots of Lipsy's exclusive Rugers,
Mm-hmm.
like the Ruger number ones. The only way you can get a number one now is it'd be one of the Lipsy's exclusives for the year. They also do some Halo exclusives, and Lipsy's is the Halo distributor. But Ruger does special editions for all sorts of different distributors. Like you go look at the Ruger catalog and look at the Wranglers. Now, there's like the 3 common colors: the black, the silver, and the nasty ass burnt bronze. But then they've got about 6 or 7 different colored revolvers that are different distributor exclusive. Davidson's Gallery Guns.
Which one is that?
Lipsy's, the Wrangler revolver. Their cheap single action revolver. I'm just using that as a model of gun as an example, where they do different colorations
Yeah.
for different distributors as exclusives. Or like there's different distributor exclusive 1022s. Like the 1022 takedowns with the mag pull stocks, they'll do like Sports South exclusive that has the OD green stock with the blue barrel, or they'll do an RSR exclusive with the gray stock and stainless barrel or something. I don't know. I may be mixing the two up, but that just is an example.
Yeah.
Ruger does lots of distributor exclusive guns. Ruger's one of the brands that has that figured out. That hey, we can sell a shit ton extra of the same product if we just make it in a different color.
Yeah, I think my wife's buddies, her Ruger, the little blue thing that she has, it's like Tiffany blue, but it's not Tiffany blue, was a distributor exclusive.
Yeah, the Robin Egg
Yeah.
with the Savage stainless slide, the
Yeah,
Savage silver Cerakote slide.
Yeah,
It's not actually stainless steel; it's silver Cerakote.
Yeah, sprayed on.
About 5 or 6 times in and out of a Kydex holster, and it starts flaking and peeling. Ruger seems to have done better on the Gen 2 American rifles with their Cerakote application. Maybe they've got a dedicated team of Cerakote applicators. They're doing, of course, it always sticks better to metal than it does to polymer. But
Yeah, my American 2, I mean, it gets bumped around and stuff, and it doesn't look like shit,
no. It's just like painting your walls or something. Like different colors are going to show scuffs and scrapes worse than others too.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a value to the industry as a whole to have like pink lady guns?
Yeah.
I feel like the dude that buys that for his wife, the wife doesn't shoot, so the gun just sits there and looks pretty. I understand like it's a sale for the gun manufacturers, but for like the industry as a whole, like I kind of feel like it's a detriment.
So I have met more women, both new and experienced shooters that felt more patronized by that than excited by it. I think the whole pink it and drink it phenomenon that occurred about 2010, 2012, somewhere in there. I think I think that was a quick cash grab, and it probably paid dividends for the manufacturers at the time. But I don't think that it has been a continued trend. Even Sig with the rose shit. Like I know there's a few of the ladies that geek out on Lena Mitchell, like the same way that you do, or that I would at her father at Jerry Mitchell. Like there have always been signature or likeness branded guns, but I don't think that the like pink it and drink it thing is the way to do it. And usually it's on shitty guns to boot.
I
I
mean,
don't know if that answers the
felt,
question.
I fell for it. I bought my wife like it's not really pink. It's like a darker color 43X.
Oh, I got the
That's
blue
been
one, so
that's been lasered. You know, it's got like roses on the grip, and the slide was cerakoted and lasered. But when I can get her to shoot, she still shoots her shield. I guess probably is she won't carry it because I don't have her a holster for that one yet. But
my wife's carry went up a lot when I bought her. I forget what it's called, but it's the purse with the built-in carry. Like her
Mhm.
carrying went like quadrupled as soon as I got her that, and she got comfortable with it. Like within a week, like she would like be at the front door and she'd turn around, go back in the room, and then come back out with her bag. I'm like, good job, good job.
like a gun tote mama's holster purse or something.
Yeah, it just looks like a regular purse, but inside there's it's got the it's made for
Yeah,
her. So
we sell them. I'm familiar with them. Which, by the way, if you guys need a laugh, go to the Gun Tote Mama's website and look at their like classic banner picture. It's like a group of about 5 or 6 women, probably ages 30 to 75, wearing sunglasses and turtleneck sweaters. And you're like, man, I wouldn't mess with any of those women. You wouldn't mess with them if they didn't have a gun.
yeah, my wife doesn't carry a purse, and I don't think I would encourage her to. I'm not a fan of off-body carry whatsoever.
I'm not crazy about it. I'm going to give that fanny pack the college try this summer. But I wouldn't let it. I would make the concession if that's the way that you can get somebody to commit to carrying the majority of the time. Like I would take that over not carrying at all.
well, like my thing with off-body carry is so like I went well, this was years ago now, but I had my brother-in-law was moving from one state to another. I live kind of in the middle-ish. So he drove to me and he wanted to leave the car with me because he didn't want to put that many miles on it and it's got all kinds of modifications and shit. I was like, yeah, just drive it, 10 hours or whatever to me instead of driving it, the 20 something hours where he was going. So, left it here with me and everything. Once we got it arranged to get on a hauler out to where he was going and everything, I went to do that. Well, when they showed up, they said that they could accommodate the car. It ended up taking me almost 4 hours to load it on the son of a bitch. And yeah, I left my fanny pack in it. And it went with the car. So
Oops.
I'm not the biggest fan of off body either, just because of that. But
Well, I come and go every day with that man purse, that bag that I've put the picture in Muffin Top's Discord, 9, 10 months ago.
oh yeah, your lawfully approved one.
No, that's new. That little fanny pack, that's new. But I have that. You scroll way back in Muffin Top's get home stuff. When he first was begging people to throw pics in for content.
Oh yeah.
Um, it's just a little crossbody bag, little satchel or whatever, and I usually front carry it. But it's large. It's just large enough that I can put more than the everyday necessities. But like if I were coming and going from somewhere non-permissive, I can take my 19 off, put it in there, and put the LCP in my pocket, vice versa. So that allows me to come and go every day with 2 guns, 2 spare mags, along with medical equipment and comb, flashlight, spares of everything, and not be terribly overt. But then that way, if I'm riding along with somebody else, like I kind of got I can make whoever's car or house kind of a home base. It's like my expeditionary bag. I don't need it, but it allows me to set up with more than what I would normally carry on my person.
Yeah, Pat. Speaking of things for the missus, so recently, my wife's place of employment, they went over a lot of strict, like, long story short, they can't carry at work. So they went and got her and her friend, went on and they got like I don't know how to describe it other than like a brawl holster. It's not super accessible, but it's on you. If you
So one of the flashbangs that straps on. Is it one of the flashbang brand holsters that's the Kydex holster with the little leather strap that clips onto the bridge on the underwire, and you like rip it down? Yep.
And it's like it's fucking there.
I've demoed a couple of those.
The part that worries me about, in particular, a woman carrying off body, if you have children, like I've heard too many times about they leave their purse in the shopping cart with their kid, and they're doing what needs done, and then their kid somehow gets a hold of that firearm.
Yeah, that just happened.
I'd be willing to bet that that's probably not a concealed carry purse. It's probably just a normal purse that they threw a gun in with everything else. So there has to be intentionality behind it, where they're and I know when it's a concealed carry, you don't want any kind of barrier, but there needs to be some child-proof. I don't know, like make the magnet really strong or something. I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't be concerned about that for your wife. I understand what you're saying about being concerned for the lowest common denominator person. Like I've seen it. It's the same with the grown men. And the ones that have been around guns their whole life and just haven't fucked up yet are the ones that are the scariest.
And they just throw a gun in their pocket with nothing over the trigger.
Something, yeah. You just back pocket, front pocket. They buy a 1911, but then they carry it fucking hammer down because they don't want to carry it caution locked. And it's like you realize that mechanically that's less safe. Like that gun was made to be carried fully cocked with the safety on, not hammered down over the firing pin.
Striker. Yeah, firing pin.
Like I got those cheap ass little what are they? They're like the little. I think it's called like sticky holster or whatever. Like I feel like I need to stick something in my pocket that doesn't have a safety on it. I just stick it in one of those real quick and then throw it in my pocket. At least there's something over the damn trigger.
Well, the number one rule if you're going to pocket carry, after obviously still having a dedicated pocket holster, is that pocket becomes for that gun only. You don't put other shit in the same pocket with the gun. And I know that you wouldn't believe the number of people that even that is a cumbersome lifestyle change to carry a gun. Like there's so many guys that just act like that puts them out. Like that totally messes up everything. And it's like, no, you just reprioritize your other pocket layout. Like instead of that pocket knife being in that front dominant side pocket. Now it becomes back pocket dominant side or non-dominant side or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
well,
sorry
like
you can't put your nail clippers and your $4 in pocket change in with your gun. Like, stop carrying
the
$4
only
in
time
pocket
that I
change.
use the only time I use those stickies is like if I'm gonna grab like my Glock and go out to the car real quick, instead of because like my
I'm
revolver
not
is
knocking the sticky holster. We sell them.
no,
I'm just saying for the people at home hearing me gripe, you gotta like if you're gonna pocket carry, that pocket is only for the gun now. Like you don't get to put other shit in the same pocket.
yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
I tried a sticky holster for a while in my belt line, and during my dry fire, like 10% of the time, the sticky holster would come out with the gun.
Yeah,
So what you
And
do is you expect
the
that to happen, and you be ready to
the
like
one,
slap it
yeah,
off.
you rip it off. And the one time I actually carried it outside of my house, it fell into my pants and went down my pants leg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's got to be adequate tension. I know that they advertise it as being an inside the waistband holster, and they show like kind of a Superman X-ray vision example of sticking it in your waistband. I don't push them that way, especially not until you're into something that has the slide length of at least a Glock 19, because you've got to have enough surface area. But then once you have that surface area, now you've got a heavy enough gun that I don't trust it. Like you've got to have some pretty good tension on, like the pants have got to be pretty tight to hold that weight up. So we sell them in basically all of the sizes that they offer. But basically all that I entertain them as is something for those people that just want something to cover their gun. They want something more accessible than a zip up soft case, but they don't want to actually wear their gun. Like those guys that are just going to put it in their damn center console. And Grit and Grace, you're right. The purses really are a pitiful idea, but it brings the ladies in. It gives them something to peruse at when they've been drug along. The same way that when I get drug into whatever store in the mall and I end up just kind of like looking at something, and it makes for a good last minute gift for those guys that forgot their anniversary or
speaking of anniversary,
needed
I'm
a
gonna find out
stocking.
about mine tomorrow. I had to go run and
I
go
mean,
get something.
they pretty well all sell eventually, but they are not a fast mover for all the real estate that they tie up.
I ended up putting belt loops on my sticky holster. It's functional that way, but reholstering is a non-existent.
I don't know if I
No,
would trust
yeah,
reholstering
all,
on my body.
all the all the soft holsters. Once you draw a gun, you need to take the holster off, marry the two back up safely, and then put it all back on as a package.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, that's why I said I don't see myself reholstering with something like that. It's too dangerous.
Don't poke the bear. Says lawfully armed. Kydex is so versatile with an ulti clip, it kind of negates excuses. I used to carry in scrubs and nobody except the girl I dated knew. I don't disagree. I ordered an ulti clip one time to try it out. It ended up not being the correct one to be compatible with the holster I tried to attach it to. So now I don't use the ulti clip or that holster. But I don't disagree. I'm I'm sold on a hard plastic holster. It's selling the old dog's a new trick. There's so many of those guys that have convinced themselves that carrying a gun needs to be comfortable, not comforting. And if it's not comfortable, or if they feel put out the least little bit, they just won't carry. And I understand if you got a fucked up back like Muffin top, that maybe you don't want to carry smaller back anymore. But it only takes minimal lifestyle adjustment to find some way to do it. It's just deciding to carry a gun every day. Like I've got like a perpetual blister on the left side of my hip, like on my hip bone, from carrying a gun virtually every day since I got my concealed carry license at 21 and a half.
Yeah, I got like my wife calls it my perma bruise. But at this point, I think it's just like discoloration of my skin.
It's for me. It's like a callus that won't become a full blown callus. It's like a callus that peels from time to time. Like
Oh
it's
yeah,
kind of
mine
gross
isn't.
looking sometimes when it peels.
Mine isn't hard, but it's definitely discolored on my hip. It's definitely discolored.
Grit and Grace, we got to find you a holster that works. I'm gonna make
Yeah.
it. If you'll upload a picture in TNT's Discord of the holster you're carrying now, I will search high and low and try and find you options and send you pictures. We're gonna find you something that's accommodating.
Like my favorite way for what I used to have my wife before she gained a little bit of extra weight is she would wear an undershirt and then a belly band over the undershirt, and that was the most comfortable and easiest way to get her concealed carrying. Like I even found a really pretty belly band that had like lace and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
I really need to try the belly band.
Yeah, for some, women don't dress the way men do. It's if you see
Nope.
a dude that's not wearing pants or shorts with a belt, it's kind of weird. But then
And that's another gripe.
if you see a woman not wearing like a big old thick belt, you're like, that's weird. So that's one of my reasonings for that. If I had any suggestions, that would be it. The they make ladies belly bands.
They do.
And it's
They make lots of
uncomfortable.
unisex ones too that are not offensive to either sex. That are just practical. The best thing that I have seen, at least for a guy, I know ladies, their figure's different, and the weight of their shirts and stuff are lighter than like you're wearing like a beefy tee with a heavier cotton shirt or whatever than a lot of the ladies' lighter shirts. But Blackhawk makes the Stash holster, which is that one that I showed in that fanny pack video. And then to go with that, as an addendum, they sell the Nacho, the non-conventional adaptive carry holster option, which is their version of a belly band, but in the middle of it, it's got a piece of like faux belt stitched into it, so you can any of your like IWB holsters that will make to an inch and a half belt will clip into that, so you get the flexibility of wear of a belly band, but you get the safety and the retention of having a Kydex or an injection molded holster with that click fit. And then make the Nacho part of it, the belly band part of it, in all different sizes, small, medium, large, extra large. And each size has got about 4 or 5 inches of give or take, like a
Adjustment.
32 to 37 inches, and then like 38 to 40, and or 42, and then like 42 to 48, and so on. There's several inches of overlap in there, so if you like gain a size or lose a size, you don't have to go buy a new one right away. Grit and Grace, you might check out the. I can't think what it's called. Give me a second. Let me Google it real quick. I'll think of what it's called. That, or I'll Google it real quick and find it. I can't think of what it's called. It's making me upset that I can't remember the name. I can picture the product. I just can't picture the name of it. It's not a Filster product.
Are you thinking of that thing that looks kind of like
It
a
is a Filster.
prosthetic?
It's the Filster Enigma. I had to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just thinking of. That thing is you have to be dedicated to run that because you have to like put it on before your clothes and you have to completely set it up to your body. From what I understand, it's awesome once it's all ready to
Well, it's
go.
no different than. Yeah, it's no worse than setting up anything else.
Because like you have to fit it to your waist, and then there's a string or whatever that goes down and clips to your thigh.
Yeah, it's like a piece of shot cord, like a bungee strap that you set up around your thigh, and then there's a waist strap, and then like the holster part itself. And they've got some really good videos explaining how to set it up, and they talk about the optimal way to carry it. They've even got a holster fitment guide for your body type. Like they talk about how to optimize for appendix carry, finding your spot. Showing that the big guy shouldn't try and put it dead center in the middle and wear it right under your gut. Like you're not trying to hide it under your muffin top. You go ahead and kind of wear it more
with it.
2 o'clock-ish, kind of outside of your gut.
It's also pretty pricey.
They are steep. I don't know what they're up to now, but they are steep. Something else to consider, Grit and Grace.
And it's like a holster system. Like you still have to put a holster to it.
Yeah. Maybe she's got somebody local to her that stocks them, though. Possibly. Maybe she find out there's a dealer within driving distance that she can go check one out before she commits to it.
There's whole like Facebook groups and Reddit groups just dedicated to that thing.
Yep. So, just speaking in broad strokes, but if you already wear your pants comfortably and then decide to go to appendix carry, this is for people carrying IWB, like with a belt. Normally, you need to go up a pant size if you're going to try and wear appendix, because your pants need to actually sit relaxed, because they've got to be able to articulate. Like when you sit, you almost need high-waisted pants too. You need like a relaxed fit, but you need them to be a high-waisted pant, because you need to, when you're seated, like when you're driving, your waistband needs to actually sit up
on the tummy,
your gut a little. Yeah, like up on your tummy a little, so that way you're not poking yourself in the dick. Like it's uncomfortable if the holster is sitting at the same point that the lap belt is trying to come across.
Yeah, that's why I simp for the belly band. You can wear it higher than your pants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're good options for guys, especially.
Or you can wear it low in your pants, depending on how you like it. And it's also like a travel security thing. You can throw your cash in there too, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Galco makes their ankle wallet too. It works kind of like that ankle backpack that I have. It's like an ankle holster for carrying like cash and some other stuff. For people that like travel or whatever. Maybe you keep a throwdown wallet in your back pocket that you sacrifice. It's got a couple of legit credit cards that you can call and cancel right away, and maybe some petty cash, but then you carry like all your actual important stuff in that ankle wallet. That way you're not worried about getting mugged or pickpocketed. I'm not saying that is your problem, Brittany Grace. I'm just saying that's a potentiality. Women are built different than men as far as hips and junk and such, but
Yeah, a lot of women's pants do go up, on their tummy and not down around their lower waist like some men carry.
She's wearing those low-waisted, low-rise jeans like Britney Spears from '99.
Okay.
Got the hips. I figured.
Have you ever carried in an ankle holster?
No,
I
but
haven't.
I've thrown a revolver in my boot.
That's what I was gonna say. My sister's wedding, they wanted all the men in the bridal party's not the right word. I was one of the groomsmen. They wanted us to all wear cowboy boots with our suits, and so I borrowed a pair of cowboy boots, and I just the sticky holster that I was carrying my LCP in at the time. I went ahead and just stuck it in my boot, and that worked for the 3.5, 4 hours that we took pictures and did the wedding ceremony and a couple of dances after.
Yeah, I may or may not. Yeah, I may or may not do the boot ankle thing whenever I got to go on the Disney property.
Like I tried an ankle holster, the good college try, but I don't know if anybody else has a problem, but my legs get they swell up during the day, and as tight as that holster has to be to not just flop around, it was not ideal, not comfortable.
Well, a lot of the good ones have some stretch in them. Like you pull them tight, but then even after you got it snug, like it's got a little stretch in it beyond that.
I mean,
If
the whole
not, then you
thing
may have needed
was
a gap.
stretch.
Did you try it for more than a day or two? Like give yourself a chance to get used to it.
Yeah, it was a solid week and a half.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just glutton for punishment.
Was it like? Did you feel like it was flopping like when you would go step forward with that leg?
No,
Maybe your stride was just too long, or
I was okay with like how it felt. Like you could even run, really. And I didn't have it super tight.
Were you wearing it with the gun on the inside of your leg or the outside of your leg?
Yeah, that does make a fucking difference.
I feel like it was the outside.
Yeah, you were wearing it wrong. You're supposed to wear it to the inside. So, like if you're right-handed, you got to wear it on your left ankle with the gun on the inside of your calf.
Inside, yeah. It's gonna feel really weird on the outside compared to the inside.
Like inside and kind of back a little. So it forces you, like, if you want to draw it, you just kind of, with both hands, you grab your pant leg and, like, step forward and take a knee, and, like, you pull your pant leg up at you as you take a knee.
Like, are you guys talking about a calf holster or an ankle holster?
Well, they're ankle holsters. They fit below your calf, but, like, if you're wearing crew socks, they fit smack dab in the middle of the top of the crew sock between your ankle and the bottom of your drumstick.
Like I carry mine just right to where it would be like right where the top of like my cowboy work boots would be.
Yeah, I think that's where it was.
But you wear it inboard, not outboard. Outboard would fucking hurt. It'd rub because it would slide down. It would rub on that outside of your ankle joint.
It's been a minute. I'd have to pull it out. It's in the drawer of shame right now, with all my other failed holsters.
Well, this is just a drawer, not a freaking tote.
Well, it's actually like a little what would you call it? Crate almost. A little tiny wooden crate.
I got maybe
I am having those Keen's boots that I bought back in the summer last year and didn't really get to start wearing much until it got to be cold and wet. my ankle IFAC is wearing the top of those boots raw, which I've never had that issue with like any of the other shoes I've worn them with. I think it just works out height wise. Those being those mid height boots. You know, they're above the ankle, so you don't roll your ankle, but they're not a full height boot. That the two are rubbing, and the material that the IFAC is made out of is winning over the top stitching of the where the inside and the outside layers of the boot meet.
That's no bueno.
The insulation. Yeah, I mean it's a sacrifice, but
Yeah, I've put it in my cart at Refuge Medical, their slick kit.
mm-hmm.
I just can't bring myself to pay $100 for like a few things in a Ziploc bag. Maybe I should just make my own.
You probably could. That's even with Jay. That's why I went ahead while he had the sale going and bought his Minuteman pack, just because it was way. Like I broke down the cost of the stuff that I could get out of that, and it was pretty negligible by the time that he was running the discount. And it gave me an opportunity to get one of those ETQs, snake staff. I can't talk. I don't have seizures at Fraser Brain, but it, yeah. Most of those kits. That's where they make their money, is bundling that stuff together and then giving you a little bit more markup. You can buy the individual like that's old gauze and or the flat wound packing gauze and all that stuff. The hemostatic, like the Celox packages and stuff. Like you can buy that stuff and put it together in your own glorified sandwich bag, or you can even vacuum seal it. Like lay it all in there flat, vacuum seal it, and then like pre-score it or whatever.
Yeah, because I usually wear tactical pants, so instead of an ankle kit or anything like that, that would be the best for my situation, I think.
That's right, Grace, when using impregnated gauze. The granular powder gets in your eyes and it burns. It gets goopy. Just gets everywhere. Makes a mess.
I feel like if you got a gusher, the blood's just going to push that right out.
Yeah, you got to follow it with gauze pretty quick.
Speaking of Refuge, their basics vital kit set is actually, I felt like, not bad price.
Yeah, you hunt around on their website, the Lone Kitchen, when they've got some sort of holiday sale or promotion going. You know, they're all good folks. Met Britt and Bob, and then Forrest Stump, their sales guy. I talked to him about maybe selling some of their stuff one time, but he never really followed back up. And I don't know that they're big time enough now that they don't need a mom and pop shop. Like they don't need my business. So I don't know that I would be able to buy into the quantity of units that they would want to negotiate selling direct to us.
I think for the most part, they have trouble keeping up. Like they're already big enough that they have trouble sourcing some of their components.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they try to do a lot of Americans, so.
I'm sure that their business is real feast or famine. It's a lot like the gun industry. There's a certain percentage that are going to be constant and repeat customers. Like that person just getting into combat trauma medicine that wants like a tourniquet or two. Like that's going to be a steady supply of people. Or that guy that's going to like spend $200 or $300 one time and check all the boxes and think he's good for the next decade. They probably have a certain number of those every week. But beyond that, I'm sure a whole lot of that is very seasonal. It's end of the year when those people find out they can use their FSA or HSA cards that they've already spent money on, and then
Can we talk about that for a second? How ridiculous that is? That you put money into this account that goes away if you don't use it?
Yeah,
I don't know because I've never worked for a company that had one.
My wife had it for a couple of years, and I didn't know that she had it before I actually until I jumped on the medical, and I was like, "Oh, well, we're revamping this whole thing," and I was like, "Yup." And by the way, good thing, freaking, now I know about it. Like, let me go spend this freaking money. She's like, "Oh, I didn't know." Like, yeah.
There's another one that actually accumulates. It rolls over year after year.
Yeah, hers rolls over like 2 years worth. So at least I was able to spend a couple of years worth, but
Yeah, so sorry to jump in there and derail your thought process.
No, you're fine.
I did get a 2 wound care buckets from there, and plus, I have a couple Bearfax. But the wound care bucket, I went through a list and I tried to put one together myself, and it wasn't even close.
Really?
All the gauze and stuff. Like I
So you reach a point, the quantity they're gonna give you your money's worth once you get a certain quantity. But like the little IFACs and things that have a couple of gauzes and a couple of bandages and that sort of stuff, you're just not ever gonna get. You know what I mean? Like individually, those like trying to think, they're like 2 inch by 3 yard or 4 yard, whatever, like the little vacuum packed
like
Z-fold gauzes and stuff. Yeah, those things retail for like $3, $4, $5, and then the like 4 inch flat trauma dressings are like $8, $9. And you go buy a 4-pack of Sharpies at Walmart. Sharpies like $1 a piece.
Damn, I feel kind of spoiled for some of the medical I get to stack then, because like where I get all my gauze and stuff from, and I ended up, and now they got over the counter, so I'm not stacking Dollar Tree stuff anymore, but I get them at cost. Like what Walgreens pays for it is what they sell it to us for. So like everything that's carried at Walgreens and CVS and everything like that, we can purchase what they buy it for. And it's ridiculous how much a lot of this stuff is marked up at. Like I posted in the Discord, like that the Pulse Ox thing, like I got it for like $10. I have no idea what they retail for, but I'm sure it's a lot more than that.
Yeah, I had a medical honey hole there for a while. There's a Amish run store called BB's going up towards Lancaster, and they sell like the dented can, almost expired kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to be able to, I'd clear them out every time I went up there. They had, Band-Aids and gauze and all kinds of medical stuff. Just the Band-Aid box was crushed. Who cares?
Yeah.
But I don't know if somebody else found it or they just don't get it anymore, but they haven't had it for a long time.
Well, what I've really been liking is the last time I went there, I scored a couple of cases of what is it, iodine, which is not exactly easy to buy off the shelf. So I'm just happy about that.
What's its use case? I know they do it for surgeries, but what's the regular Minuteman use for that?
Freaking you can splash that stuff on anything that's open and infected. It sterilize. It stains
So you just
the shit out of your skin though. It'll stain the shit
so
out
you
of your
just kind of pour it in there.
Yep, just pour it in there. Don't
It
really
burns,
stain.
doesn't it?
Not too bad. I've had it for like when I broke my femur and stuff, like I had a lot of it around for like cleaning like when I broke my femur, like it stretched out a whole bunch of skin and obviously the open wound and everything. But like to like scrub at like old skin and everything like that, it's not like freaking rubbing alcohol.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like pipe dope, Pat. Like it comes with like a well, I don't know how it comes now. My one experience with it was in like high school. They had it in probably like the oldest fucking first aid kit. Like the box was still metal. That's how old it was. That the major had out in the ROTC room. Like some kid skinned something pretty good. And it was a glass jar of iodine with like a pipe dope brush built into the lid. Like the way you do the purple stuff. So this iodine is, that like real irony red color. And like you said, it stings and it stings and it smells like ass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it smells. Oh yeah, it's got a very distinct smell.
Like it'll wake you up.
If you're driving and you're sleepy, crack open a bottle of that. It'll wake you up.
I guess it lasts forever because, like I said, this jar looked like it was manufactured in 1974, and this was like circa 2007, 2008. That doesn't mean that it exclusively comes in glass jars today. That just is what it was.
Yeah,
my one experience with
these are in like little like plastic. I don't want to call them tubes, but like little squirt jars. You know,
like a pipette.
Yeah, like they're good size. They're like maybe I don't know. I want to say like a few liters, maybe.
Liters?
Not liters.
Milliliters.
Yeah.
Like a half ounce, maybe.
Yeah.
It's like, goddamn, it's a big bottle.
Yeah, they're like just big enough to like grab with your hand and like squirt all over the place.
We're sanitizing the elephants.
Yeah.
What up, Ripple? You just get off work? You're gonna jump in here now that we're closing in on the 3 hour mark. We were having a good conversation. I was gonna end it at 2 hours since everybody swears 2 hours is what the algorithm likes, but we're still here and we're having a good time. Yeah, I wish I had some like industry in on the medical side that could like find stuff accidentally for me, but I don't really.
Well, when my wife was 6 months ago, when my wife was having the other baby, I may or may not have acquired some more suturing kits.
Oh, dude, like talking about people in the hospital or whatever, I'm not ashamed. Like, you're ultimately going to end up paying for that. So.
Oh, I fucking like I'll be I'm down in Florida. It's 110 degrees outside. If I'm going into a doctor's office or a hospital, I'm wearing I'm wearing a hoodie.
Yep.
I'm wearing a fucking hoodie. Like, you never know what these fucking dumbasses leave out on tables.
Yeah, that last time, the the missus was in the hospital for a few days. I was like walking off with all that stuff. Anytime they'd come in to change an IV or do something, and they'd leave like alcohol wipes or gauze or any of that stuff. Like I was like, we're paying for this anyways. Like I might as well take this.
Yeah, like they're building it to your room. They're building it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was, I wasn't like overt about it and just like grabbed a big handful, but couple here, couple there, pocket, bag, whatever, make it out the vehicle, drop it off.
Shit, even when we left, so like they were so nice at this place. Like they would even like, every meal that they fed her, there was like, oh, and then what does dad want? And like freaking, so like I was getting like Gatorade bottles and just stashing them in my car, and like I had enough Gatorade for like 2 weeks worth of work. I'm like, you done with Gatorade? You want another one? Like, yeah, sure.
Back when I was having babies, the hospitals were stingy. They didn't feed me shit. I didn't eat for like 48 hours when I was one of my kids.
Well, the first one they didn't. This hospital, they were freaking all about it. I don't know. And it's funny because it's the same company.
I eventually called my mom to go get. I eventually called my mom to go get me some food because I was like about to pass out. Like I needed to eat something. And wouldn't you know it, like the moment she showed up, I opened it all up and got ready to eat. And the doctor's like, ready to push. Like, you've got to be kidding me.
Hungry.
You said yep, and you pushed that burger in the back of your throat.
You're like, let me get a couple bites first. Yeah, I got lucky. I didn't have to deal with all that push shit. They're like, you ready to be rolled back? I'm like, send her away. Let me know when the baby comes out. I'll be here.
My last kid, we were only at the hospital for 30 minutes.
Now,
like she gave birth 30 minutes after we got there.
Well, yeah, by the third one, you know what you're doing already. You're like, oh, no, we got 2 more hours before we got to leave.
Oh, she went into labor when I was on my way home. And like, I was like, if you feel like you got to go, I was like, call my mom. She'll come get you and take you in. She's like, no, I'm going to wait for you. And I wasn't in my own vehicle. I rode in with the whole crew that day, and my boss was driving. And I told him after I got off the phone, it's like, yeah, my wife's in labor. We need to get the fuck home. And he's like, oh, okay. So he gets in the lane and he starts doing like 70 miles an hour. Then after a couple of minutes, he like turns the turn signal on, gets back over in the right lane, starts cruising the speed limit. I was like, John, my wife is in labor. I need to get the fuck home. He's like, oh yeah.
My first one with her, which was her first kid, was freaking hilarious. She's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the little thing and like go have them check me before I go to work. Like I feel a little funny. I'm like, all right, well, let me know what's going on. It's only like 15 minutes from my job. If you need anything, I'll come swing by. And she calls me and she goes, so are you busy? And I go, no, why? What's going on? She's like, they said there's like a 90% chance I'm having the baby today. You want to go home and go get the bags? It's like, yeah, sure, I can do that. Just fucking jeez.
What's funny is we didn't even have the record that day. A woman came in and like gave birth the moment they put her in the bed. She was there like 5 minutes.
Yeah, the second one was the NICU was full. So they were like, we're trying to find we're trying to find somewhere for you to go so you can have the baby. Because if we need NICU, our NICU is full. We're like, okay. So we finally find one. They were struggling, but I know that I know the person that runs the charge nurse down in the emergency room. He used to be one of my drinking buddies back when I first moved here. So freaking, I went down there and I was like, and I just happened to see him, so I called him over, and he had transport ready for me and everything, and but they all went upstairs. They were like, "Oh, whoa, oh, you guys are here! Like we're still on the phone." And he's like, "Yep." And he told the ambulance driver told me where they were going and everything, gave me a head start, and I was like, "All right, I'll meet you there." An hour and a half away, so that one went quick.
Pushing them out.
No, she never pushed any of them out. The high blood pressure thing. They're like, "Oh no, cesarean."
Mine were the natural way. She never even got epidural.
Well, yeah, 30 minutes. It takes longer than that for the fucking
Yeah,
for the
the
process.
last one there was she's like, fuck this. My last kid, she's like, I'm getting an epidural this time, and it was.
I'm sorry. I'm playing with the settings. I didn't realize that was going to mute you.
I'm not muted. That just like
No, it
I
mutes
thought you ended it.
If you do the countdown thing, it mutes you in StreamYard. It mutes everybody.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm learning.
Rebel, that's
Yeah,
funny.
there's the banner thing. You gotta check that out on the right side. There's or I don't know about mobile. I was doing it on my computer. You can like set up banners to scroll across the bottom too. That's pretty easy.
You can do it on the mobile.
Yeah.
It's just a pain in the butt to figure out to get it typed in, because like you have to like touch the little box and then type it in. I don't know. For me, I had a hard time touching the box.
I got banners figured out. That was messing with the scenes and then doing like a media asset. I didn't realize that when I did that, it was going to have noise and mute everybody. I just wanted to see what it looked like. But I know now. I won't do that again.
You know, Rebel Spirit. I'm inclined to agree with you, but I was behind the two-way mirror for both of mine, so I only got to see like 10 seconds of it all. So I got saved from all the yuck.
None of that stuff ever bothered me.
Y'all like digging around and got some blood.
That don't bother me.
Go fishing for the placenta.
Well, Grace, the only way you're gonna figure that out is by playing with it.
Somebody's got to teach Muffin to turn his comments on his shorts, because about half his shorts I can't comment on them.
Have you tried to use like a laptop or an actual like? Because I have that problem.
Nah, bro. All I got is his phone.
I have that problem with some other people. It's like the more you interact with the channel, the more likely it is that it won't let you comment on their stuff.
Huh. Well, whatever affliction that is, I've got it.
They have no words too. Like you can't say certain things on different people's channels because
yeah,
like they have so many. Well, they have so many moderators. The moderators can do it too. And I tried to type on prepared citizens. What I do? I said tourniquet check, twist them if you got them. It would not. It would not go through. Like I did it like 3 times, and it wouldn't go through. I have no idea.
The first time that it probably got put on the no list after you made us all do it at 7 o'clock in the fucking morning. Like I was like, God damn it, you Pat! I pulled over into the gas station. I was like, fuck you. It's too early for this shit.
You don't have to do it.
Yeah, but it's the FOMO thing, I guess. It's like, yep, that's tight enough. That's tight enough. That's tight enough. Then as soon as Jay took us off, I was like, okay, I'm done. It took me all the way till that afternoon to roll it up and put it away. And just left it on my passenger seat.
It's all about reps and sets.
Shit.
When the chaos is going on and everyone's freaking out, you're just going to be calmly just strip, flip, twist.
Okay, I just there. Yeah, this is because
I'm not gonna act like I've got hundreds of reps in, but I don't feel like it's hard to put a cat tourniquet on myself anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, because what is the saying? You resort to your lowest level of training. So, like, if you make it, like habitual, like to do,
Like when we hosted the Stop the Bleed class, not this past summer, but the summer before last. Like we had 2 time slots, and so I kind of like peeked out the door and kind of kept an eye intermittently on the first class that went, and I had myself and the missus signed up for the second slot. I used my lunch break to do it, basically. So I kind of got 1.5 classes worth, but the cycle that we took it, I was the only person that actually like put a tourniquet on themselves. Everybody else just used the dummies and got graded on if they got it tight enough or not. And then like I ran back inside, made everybody inside the store feel my like dead limb. You think it hurts when you put it on? It really hurts after about 10 minutes. Like it's a whole new level of pain, like a good 10 minutes in. So I couldn't imagine the guy that has to be like conscious and have one on for 4 or 5 hours.
Well, I know
a plane ride from Afghanistan to Germany would suck ass.
Well, I know so like in high school, we did, we did a lot of like, because I wanted to go into law enforcement.
Steroids.
So, I wanted to go. Well, me and some of my buddies, we did like the law enforcement explorers program and stuff in high school. So, like, we all we had some medical training and stuff. So, but we used to have a joke where, like somebody get hurt, be like, I put a tourniquet on it, he'll be all right, So, but when I broke my femur and my collarbone, I looked at my buddy that was with me and I was like, tourniquet, like it's real, tourniquet. People are screaming at him like, no, don't touch him and stuff. I'm like, getting like shirt, something, anything, like, but it ended up taking two shirts. And I'll never forget before I knocked out in the hospital, I don't know if he was a big doctor or like a main nurse or whatever. And he was like, who put a tourniquet on? I was like, mostly me, but my buddy helped. And he was like, what, a broken collarbone? He was like, well, you two just saved your life. I'll see you in a few hours.
Yeah, I heard from several people that have been there and done that when they put tourniquets on for real reasons, some of the guys ask them to take them off. Like, no.
Mine didn't hurt. It must have been dumping. It must have just been dumping adrenaline. Like, it didn't hurt. Didn't hurt at all.
Different people have got different thresholds, but if you're putting it on right, it ought to hurt pretty bad. It's beyond uncomfortable.
Well, I think I was just dumping adrenaline or something because, like, I had a broken collarbone on the left side, a broken femur on the right side, and I drugged myself out the car and stuff. Like,
I'm sure in that moment, and then probably some shock after the adrenaline wore off. You probably
I mean, and I think I only passed out once for a couple minutes, and other than that, it was all awake and not much pain.
Hell, I wasn't hurt, and there wasn't any like blood and guts, but that car accident that happened in front of the store a few months ago that I ran out and tried to help get people out of their cars. Like, when it was all over with, I had an adrenaline dump.
Oh yeah.
The dude misjudged the oncoming traffic and pulled out of our parking lot and hooked a left and just pow. Basically, he got pulled out enough that he got turned around and like they met driver's side on driver's side. And it just like spun his car around and it ripped the other girl's like where they collided, it like tore her driver's side wheel off and just set it on the ground and then threw her car like another car length and a half because the front of her car crumpled. And so like it pinched her passenger side front wheel and that just acted like a big brake. Like her car went for like a car length and a half.
Jeez.
So where they collided, it just ripped her axle off and dropped her wheel right where they touched. Like when we went back, we could just see part of it on the surveillance footage, but it totally like spun her around and threw her the opposite direction, knocked him out, and then her and her kid come. Like I went running up to her car because her car was smoking. Like I thought it was on fire. As much smoke was coming out of the cab.
No,
And I didn't even.
Airbags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's so much. Like I thought the car was on fire, and she said that she thought it was too. Like
I thought my car was on fire too. That's why I drug my ass out of that's why I drug my ass out of it. But then that's like it's one of those things like you don't know until you know. Like those airbags end up making it look like there's a giant fire, but you know, I mean, there was an explosion. So airbags are explosions.
they are, yeah, little canister of jet fuel, and then there's that powder is on the bag to help it be slick. Like so
Probably what the smoke is from the powder.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen the people that stick stuff to their steering wheel and turn
Yeah.
their airbag,
Like a
turn their
claymore?
turn their airbag into a claymore.
The
Man, I
bedazzled
see-
and like bejeweled and stuff. The crystal ladies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking morons.
And I see women mostly putting their feet up on the dash all the time,
Oh my god.
Mhm.
and I try so hard to like. This one lady, I saw her doing it, and I'm in my truck, and I can't really catch up to people. I was trying really hard to catch up to them and like honk the horn and try and get her to put her feet down because we're in pretty heavy traffic too.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, you need to go play around on YouTube and see some shit that you'll never forget. Like
Yeah.
I don't even stick my arms out. I don't even like dangling my arms out the fucking window anymore. I'm too old for that shit. I'll miss my arms.
Man, there were a bunch of kids that I went to school with in high school that were driving outside the edge of town on some of the back roads. Like they're chip and seal, so like they're county roads, so they're like sort of paved but not really. And they were coming back through kind of a couple sets of switchbacks, and too many people going too fast in like a actual van, and rolled that son of a gun like 2.5 times, like 2 complete turns and a half. And there were a couple of them on one side that like head smacked and broke the glass out. And like that second turn, like one of them got like basically side scalped, like he had his hair like braided off. And if they had made that next revolution, he said that there was enough of him hanging out, it would have like decapitated him. Learned a bunch of them.
Ugh.
I don't know if alcohol was involved in it. That was never admitted, but I'd almost have to think there was some liquid courage in them to be horsing around like that.
Or just stupid at in high school.
Yeah.
Going back to the tourniquets for a second, have you guys seen the video of those EMTs that tried to they put a needle in their arm and caused a bleed like into their main vein and then tried to tourniquet it off? Right before
No.
you get like the clamp, the like the pressure goes up and your blood spurts
Mm-hmm.
like a freaking squirt gun.
Well,
And when that started happening, the EMT guy, which is, he does this for a living, starts freaking the fuck out and like loses all control over putting this tourniquet on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because
So
you're like squeezing a hose.
I just thought it was telling that a professional that, does this for a living on other people, as soon as he saw his own blood
Panic.
rolling out onto the floor, started to panic.
There's only so much opportunity to practice that on live tissue, like Jay was talking about a couple morning chats ago,
I really want to take
couple
that.
coffee and
really-
chaoses ago. Like they practice it, like in school they learn it in theory, and I'm sure they get to practice on like the silicone dummies and shit. But there's only like until they've done some clinicals or something or done some ER time, there's only so much opportunity to do it for real. And I can't imagine like self-inflicting a wound to practice that. That's crazy. But
Enemy shit.
I know I had a friend that was a paramedic for a while over in a really poor county in Oklahoma. And he finally, like, he'd kind of seen it all in the couple of years that he did it. He's a few years older than me. Pretty grounded, realistic dude, but he was picking up lots of extra hours just before he had kids. He was married. I mean, this has only been a few years ago, but he was married at that point and was making lots, like taking all the extra overtime that he could to help put towards their house. But he had one like back-to-back shift where they had two different dead kids at the same shift, and that made him quit. Like he didn't want to hold any more dead kids. Like he walked in and quit when they got back from that last ambulance ride.
Yeah, that'll fuck you up.
And they weren't like negligent cases. It wasn't like that the circumstance in and of itself was like unnatural and like it wasn't like a child abuse thing or like they were neglected and starved or something. It was like car wrecks and things, but just two really young dead kids back to back shifts just made him. That was enough that he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. Well, I didn't mean to kill the mood.
I don't think I could handle that either. I had the opportunity to. I was trying to go to the volunteer fire department.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they were trying to talk me out of it, telling me all the horrible shit that you got to deal with. I guess it worked.
Yeah, I was up until like maybe a couple of years ago. I was getting pretty serious on going into basically doing the same thing, and I was like, man, yeah, I kind of got talked out of it. But I mean,
Like finding pieces of a person.
Yeah, like my buddy's dad has a he has a shop, and like it's on this corner where apparently, because I've seen three freaking helicopter rides out of there, and like I'm only there like, well, I used to be there at least a couple times a month, but the first time it happened is like we heard the boom, and the dad was like, oh, that one's gonna be a life flight. I was like, the fuck? Apparently it happens a couple times a month. It's that freaking turn. But yeah, just hanging out there. I've seen some life flights out there, man. They get ugly real quick.
I've seen and heard all the. Well, I hadn't seen it all, but I've heard all the gruesome shit because my mom, when she was growing up, her grandfather was the state fire marshal at the time. Was he was when she was growing up. So it's been like a long time ago. But her and all of her siblings were. I got to watch all the old black and white like firefighter training videos and stuff. So like nobody on my mom's side of the family leaves a Christmas tree plugged in at night or runs the clothes dryer while they're gone or while they're asleep or whatever. Like they don't leave it unattended. I mean, like they'll walk away from it, but like they don't leave it where it can cause a fire and get out of control. You know, I've seen all the house on fire videos and people burned up and whatnot. Like had it all scared out of them. And I do have a couple friends that are firefighters and EMTs and stuff, so I've heard about some pretty gnarly like car wrecks and some different stuff. I don't know. I feel like having a job like that would provide a sense of purpose, but then I also recognize that it would be,
You have to unplug and become a different person when you're on duty.
yeah, put your cape on and put your own emotions aside.
Damn, Poke the Bear, that sucks.
Man, 6, that's a bunch. I couldn't. I bet. Thank you for what you do. You make a difference. I believe it.
Like out here, we have like we have like a blue ambulance, and that's like the pediatric ambulance. And like I get pretty ticked off in traffic when there's an ambulance trying to get through. But if it's a fucking blue one, I'm probably cursing out of the window. Like, hello, stop being a fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of the way.
I don't know if. Yeah, I don't know if it's this way like everywhere. Like, I don't think it's federal law. I think it's just state law. But like, you're supposed to move over when you see any emergency service vehicle coming, especially an ambulance, because they're like a big box and they can't get out. You know, like they're not as agile or nimble as a police car.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you're on like a 5-lane divided highway or something, like fucking slow down and move over to the best of your ability. Like, don't cause an accident to like get stopped, but move over. I don't understand people. Like, if that was your kid's life that mattered, we don't have different colored ambulances for the kind of patient that it is. But if they're running code, like, that means they're going to like save a life. Like, get over. Even if it turns out that they're going to like get Merle the crackhead, like, move.
Yeah.
I treat every one of those oncoming or passing, ambulances running code like they're going to save my loved one's life.
It's like it's even if you're in stop and go traffic on a 5-lane highway, like the ambulance has already chosen what lane he's in and what path he wants to take. Everybody can kind of moosh the fuck out of the way. Like it's not rocket science.
One of the European countries, they've got it instituted where if you're in traffic, everyone moves over to the shoulders and leaves the center lanes open.
Yeah, that's kind of the common sense thing to do.
Like,
that's the goal.
Not when there's an ambulance coming, but like every time. Just because there could be an ambulance or whatever.
Oh, that's
okay. going up to an accident.
And like there's like I've noticed
that's the law here.
Doing a lot of like in my state right now, like they're doing like a lot of like if they know one day the lane's probably going to turn into a regular one, but while they're blowing some of these roads out, they're leaving it as like an extra wide shoulder for emergency or evacuation, so like at least they're halfway attempting to do something right. Obviously you can't have that extra lane paved all over the place, but
If they tried to do that in the United States, there'd be a bunch of see you next Tuesdays that would just be riding up the middle, going past all the traffic.
it's even illegal to jump back in a certain distance behind an ambulance, and you see the jackasses fucking do it all the time to try to weasel through traffic.
Kind of ride the wake.
Yep, I'm trying to ride the wake.
It's probably lawyers, ambulance chasers. I believe it. Mark. That's most of what we got. Oh, I see what you did there. Grit and Grace had to spell it out for me. See you next Tuesday.
Never heard
It's an
that.
acronym.
I caught on to it. Wait, maybe I did catch on to it.
I'm going to use that too.
See you
Yeah.
next
Okay, I get it.
Tuesday.
Charlie Uniform November Tango.
Yep, now I get it. I had to go numeric on it.
I have to do that. My wife hates that word.
A lot, like 99% of women despise it.
But the newest
Just 'cause she's a
generation,
factory female.
it doesn't mean that anymore. It's like
Oh.
a compliment now.
Yeah, like probably
That's what
after
Honda was saying.
probably like the 90s and before, it's a no-go, but from like 2000 on, it probably doesn't bother them much. I would say the cutoff point is probably the 90s, the born in the 90s. That's where the mix of it is.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Well, apparently, I hurt one of the apprentices' feelings today. So I told him, "Go get me the fucking keys. I don't have all day to wait on you. Go get me the fucking keys." Well, I'm not gonna do it if you're gonna talk to me like that. Go get me the fucking keys. And he left.
What princess was this?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, he ain't gonna make it. He's a damn good worker, but I mean, like you work with a bunch of men, bud. You're gonna have to kind of grow up a little bit.
So, Pat,
was
your
a little-
logo,
I like that
Yeah.
logo, Pat. I like that.
is that supposed to be the American flag behind him or like a hybrid American flag and something else?
No clue. I take no responsibility. I take no credit for that. That was all AI.
Okay, I just wasn't sure because
You AI
it's
that
got the
yourself?
stars with the stripes are. It's got that weird black. I didn't know if that was supposed to be like a rune.
Did you AI that yourself?
Yeah.
Damn, you fed the AI good. I did like mine. I can't even like mine is AI, but like I couldn't even AI it that good. I had to have a buddy help me AI mine.
Yeah. I just that was like only my second iteration of it too. I just put in a bunch of random words.
That kid never held the flashlight. You're completely right. That kid never held the flashlight.
That's kind of how I got mine. Like I was choosing Grok. And I had played around with some other stuff, trying to get like trying to get it to a shield with a crossed sword and pistol, and it wasn't giving me right. And so then I was like, I'm just gonna
You
try
may have
again.
to go back. You may have to go back. That's one of those things where, like, I think in order for him to get mine the way it was, he had to like get the cabin, and then like he had to get everything else, and then he had to overlay the cabin on it in order for it to do it.
Well, it did something close to what I settled on here, and then it was like, I guess down in the suggestions, it was like, add neon lights, and I was like, yeah, let's do that. And then it made this, and I was like, that's fucking dope. I'm gonna go with that.
Well,
It's really high detail. Like it got a Glock pistol really, really close. Like it looks better in a full size picture, but having to screenshot it and then clip it down for everything it wants to do. You know, it generates a square picture, but then everything wants to do round logos. I don't know why that's the aesthetic, but everything wants round logos. And so I have to like zoom it in.
It's a good after dark.
Mm-hmm. I dig it. I'll come
I'm
up
supposed to
with
be
something fancier later.
I have like a nods overlay of my logo for like if it's like a night chat, but I just never get around to changing it. So
I could just tell that if I was gonna actually try and launch my ship, you got to have a logo if you're gonna have a brand. So
no, yes,
I don't know. Couldn't keep using that Magpul logo that I was ripping off. I paid for the shirt, so I don't feel like if they tried to at me for anything, it's like that was a picture of a shirt that I bought. So
yeah.
So far, they haven't sent me any sort of cease and desist letter. Are you guys on Instagram? Muffin Top's finally starting to do some stuff on Insta.
That's that meta shit. I think my wife has one. I could probably join it through that. I don't
As long as you're not like posting prices, I have not ever had any issue with Instagram. Like as long as you're not posting prices, I don't think they give a fuck about you posting pictures or videos of guys.
Yeah.
Well, they have straight up porn. They have straight up porn on there, so
they do.
It would be pretty shitty if they were just to start removing just pictures of guns and stuff.
They've nuked our company Facebook page twice. Even clarifying that we're a brick and mortar operation that is a licensed FFL that follows all federal, state, and local laws. Like even after clarifying that, we're not really sure if some of the local competition wasn't reporting posts, and then between the algorithm and the Indian interpreter.
You know what that's from? It's other gun shops reporting you.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
That was the suspicion, and I don't want to think that the couple of places around would be that petty because they do the same thing. So I'd hate to think that we would all tear each other down.
Oh, but they will. All right, I got
it.
I
doesn't even
on my wife's anniversary gift since she's home, so I gotta hop off. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Thanks.
All right, take care.
Later.
Catch you next time. Keep the gang.
Yeah, I tried to rebrand as not that guy there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had this whole idea where I was gonna like do everyone else's intro, like Grand Thumb, like try and riff off of one of his intros and be like, just kidding, I'm not that guy. I thought it would be funny. Or do brass facts here. Oh, just kidding, I'm not that guy.
I get it. I can dig it.
Yeah, I think you have to start a whole new channel if you want to do anything like that. And it's kind of hard leaving myself as Pat Riot, because if I try and use my email for any like in real life circumstances, they're like, Pat, I thought your name was.
Yeah. See, you're like me. I mean, I'm not a total Luddite, but I'm not smart enough. Like, it's too late for me now. But I only recently became aware that there are people that like have a professional email and then like a personal email and then like an email that they only give for stuff that they know is going to end up being like spam bullshit.
I mean, I have
And I
3
recognize,
emails. It's just
okay,
that's the one I remember the most. That's one that I give most people. Yeah, I have a Hotmail that I give to junk. And I have another one that I give to only like personal, really close people.
right? Yeah, I knew from the beginning what you were going for with the Pat Riot because I have an email that has Patriot in it too. And that's, I have to like, sometimes people read it as Pat and then don't understand the rest of it. So that's what it, like, sounding it out for people when they want you to like say it to them so that they can type it. I would say Pat Riot. So I got it from day one that you were going for Patriot.
Well, you're one of the only ones. DLD was the first time I ever heard anyone actually say figure it out, and I only recently got turned on to his chats.
Man, it's late and I don't want to talk ill at anybody. I sure did like him a lot more before he was shilling stuff. Like when he first started the channel and it was Dark, White, and Dugan, and not just Dark, running, the whole thing.
Yeah, I came into it after that. His format of his channel, that's the only thing I've ever seen.
I mean, it's
Like,
always kind of been what it's been. It's just that it would be, like, instead of it being him and, like, Red Dawn talking like we're doing right now for 2 or 3 hours, it would be Dark, the guy you know is Dark. It would be the other regular co-host, Light, who I think went a different way. And then occasionally they would have Duke and Ashley on, that used to be Carnicon. And he kind of comes and goes as his physical and mental health allow. He hung up his hat as Carnicon years ago because he got diagnosed with like some pretty severe brain cancer or something. And I don't know if it was service connected or not, but I know that he ended up paying out of pocket. Like I think he sold the house that he had at the time, whatever, and spent like $50,000 or $60,000 of his own money to try and get treatment for it.
If there's any good evidence for like actual government paid health care, I kind of feel like I'd like to step in when people have a catastrophic incident like that. Like if you're sell your house and your car and cash in your 401k just to try and live. But if you
Right.
break your arm or something, like, take care of your own.
Mm-hmm. And I even would go so far, like my dad that died last month, like he smoked from the age of 14. So he had, like, this cat truly had 9 lives. Like he had three or four pretty major heart attacks and at least one pretty good stroke that took most of his vision, and then a couple of mini strokes. So like it was more of an if, not a, or more of a when, not an if. Like I knew that he wasn't going to have the same quality of life into old age that even his parents had, that my grandfather had. I think maybe that's between the being mostly estranged and then having gotten that call of your dad's in the hospital. Like, I think between the two of those things, I was ready for it. I think that's part of why it hadn't hit me, you know? Because, like, coming up on a month now, and I ought to check in with my sister again and see how she's doing with it all, too. I hadn't talked to her. I don't, I'm, I'm bad. Like, I get object permanence. And so I don't mean to ghost people, but it's kind of out of sight, out of mind until a situation or a thing makes me remember that person. And then I told myself this year I was going to do better about that, about reaching out to people, especially people that truly matter, you know? Like I have several real life friends that mean more to me than most of my relatives. And I'm meaning to do better this year about checking on them. Sorry, everybody. Didn't mean to get deep on you.
I feel you there. When my dad passed, it was the opposite. He went into the hospital, and I was like, "Oh shit! Do I need to come out there like right away?" And my dad and my whole family that's out there, like, "No, he's getting out. It's not that bad." And then like a week later, they called me and said he passed. So it was kind of a shock. Like he wasn't in the greatest of health for sure, but he checked himself out of the hospital. I found out later after I got all his effects and things and all his papers. He checked himself out of
Mm-hmm.
the hospital. I think.
That means that somebody there thought that he was well enough to do it.
Uh, the impression that I got from everything was that he got some bad news that he didn't want to hear. They're like, "You have a week to live," and he's like, "Well, fuck this, I'm out. I'm gonna go hunting and whatever." And I think that's what happened.
Right.
And he didn't tell anybody.
Mm-hmm. My grandmother, my mom's mom, she passed away in '94. And her and my grandfather were only in their like mid 50s at that time. And she had breast cancer. And she knew for, I'll say mid 50s, maybe late 50s. I'm not exactly sure. Hang on. Yeah, like mid 50s. She knew for a couple months. And then when it got bad enough that it was obvious he knew, and she made him swear to not tell anybody because her mother had died from breast cancer. And she watched the chemo treatment and stuff just zap the life out of her mom. So she decided to just put on a brave face and live life to the fullest and dress where it was concealed until it was obvious and too late to do anything about it. And so my mom and all of her siblings just kind of found out, and then she was gone within a month or two. And I can barely remember her. I was not yet 4. So I barely remember her. But I know that it's funny stuff that you like live through as a kid, but you don't. As a child, you see it through a different lens than when you're older, and then like reflect back on it, or like people are willing to conversate with you about topics. But I didn't realize how much, evidently, me being around, like, kept my grandfather from going to a dark place. Because like I know it's hard for a widow to continue on like at that age and beyond without their spouse, but I think it's a whole different level of like crushed soul to be the husband and outlive your wife. and he had
It's the masculine mentality to, like, sacrifice yourself, uh,
Mhm.
run towards danger while your loved ones are behind you. Like,
Yeah.
they do those interviews all over the place where they ask women, like, if you had to choose between yourself and your husband, who would you choose? And all the women choose their husband to die, and all the men choose for themselves to die. I think it's kind of
Mhm.
along those lines. Like, you see it as your responsibility to, I don't know, go first.
That, and then also just the time and place. The fact that they had done the thing. They had both gone to school. They had both earned a living and raised 4 kids, and then here they were on the cusp of retirement. She never had a job. She was a homemaker, and then she taught. Even though she was a degreed educator, he made enough as a full time band director to keep her home. She taught like piano lessons and stuff on the side. And here he was, just on the cusp of retiring, and them having their golden years together with relatively good, um, good financial means and relative health and everything. And then to get that news, and then her just be gone, you know. And like all my years growing up, the few times that she had come up in conversation with him, just he and I, the story I had been given was that he snuck out into the National Cemetery and spread her ashes over her parents' grave. And then back the year before last, after he passed, come to find that the whole truth was that he snuck, like, all this time I thought that he, like, in like a romantic but illegal like act, snuck out and like illegally scattered her ashes over her parents' grave because he didn't know what other to do with her. Come to find out, it's like, no, he snuck out there and like shook like a baggie of her ashes, or like a pocket full, and then buried the rest of her in his backyard. And he remarried a handful of years later to um, another woman that was a teacher that they both knew, that they went to college with. It was kind of a, not that they didn't love each other. I mean, they did, but what was hers, and what was his. They just kind of more of a companionship thing more than a love romance relationship, if you will. And when they married, he sold his house and moved in with her. And kept a lot of his stuff in storage, because his retirement plan was to always build that cabin. And he built the cabin, but he never convinced her to move into it. She wanted to stay in town. So it turned into more just the place for the extended family to get together on major holidays, and kind of acted as the bed and breakfast for relatives that came from far out of town for anything. Yeah, it's tough, Mark. I wouldn't. I have to be the one to go first. I wouldn't. I couldn't cope. And I couldn't even fathom it. To put that much time, love, and devotion into building a life with another person. I'll be honest anymore. That's like almost a weekly conversation we have. And she thinks I'm kidding, but I'm serious. Like, and her clap back is, no. I say when we go, and we go together.
I actually got a little taste of what it would be like if my wife were to pass away. I had one of those dreams where you don't know that it's a dream, and I dreamt that she died. And when I woke up and she wasn't in our bed for that like
Oh,
minute, for like a minute.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a dream. Like I was losing it. Because she always wakes up before me. She's never in bed when I wake up. And just that morning, oh. We've been married. This will be 25 years.
You wanted to like fix her breakfast and rub her feet and just cherish her that day.
Yeah. Yeah, so I got a miniature taste of it. So it's and she's like obsessed with me. So I don't know what she's going to do if I go first.
Probably
She's one
tell
of
you
those
shit and
weird.
go on a cruise.
I doubt that. She's one of those weird women that like really, really wants to be around me. I don't know. She loves me or something. She loves me or something.
We're at 3 hours and 45 minutes. I'll go till 4 sharp. Which I'll got to hold me to it.
I was about to say, you're probably fading out. You got work tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Now you better shut this thing down.
After that.
Of course, you're what, 2 hours behind me? It's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
No, it's midnight here. But still, that 6 o'clock alarm to get up and start the car so I'm taking this bus stop comes early.
6 hours of sleep isn't bad. I'm lucky if I get that.
Yeah,
Working nights and trying to sleep during the day, it's tough. Sometimes I only get like 3-4 hours of sleep in a day.
well, not sound like a titty baby, but that medicine I take compounds that brain fog and like tiredness and stuff. Makes me very sloth. And I can only combat it with caffeine so much. Like loss of sleep and caffeine are both bad for probability of seizures, so it's kind of the two battle one another.
Yeah. That's tough. Kind of a balancing act, right?
Yeah, I slam a whole lot of water to be sure that everything stays good. But
What do you think about the Neuralink? If they could fix your condition with Neuralink, are you gonna do it?
I don't know. The concern, it's not that I think that Elon necessarily has evil intent with Neuralink, but whoever is on the board could have evil intentions.
Well, yeah, the people that made you register all your guns, they didn't have evil intentions, but three generations down the line, they used it for nefarious purposes.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm not even excited.
Hitler didn't register all the guns, but he did use that registry to take them all.
Yeah,
And it's kind
I'm
of
not
like
ready
that.
to volunteer. Having my brain hijacked. I wouldn't be the first guy in line.
And you kind of think like, well, they couldn't do anything, right? They couldn't make me do anything I didn't want to do. But then I watched this show. It's called The Social Experiment, maybe, and it talked about how different people's ideologies are formed by what they see, and all this social media shows you what it thinks you're going to engage with. So for me, it's like conservative stuff and gun stuff and But for, somebody who's liberal, they show them completely different things. And I always used to say, all my opinions and everything are formed by what I've seen. And I used to see what people are petitioning for, like unfettered, unrestricted abortion. Like how could you? And certain opinions people have, like how could you have that opinion? Have you not seen what I've seen? Have you not heard what I've heard? And come to find out, no, they haven't seen what I've seen or heard what I've heard. They've gotten the what's the word I'm looking for? They've gotten the
Totally different talking points.
yeah, they've gotten the total different thing. And that leading into Neuralink, like what you see and what you hear and what you feel are only electrical impulses in your brain. So they can make you see, feel, and hear whatever they want. So if they wanted me to assassinate someone, they could,
Potentially.
they could put, they could have me see my family murdered mercilessly by someone, and then put that face on whoever they wanted me to murder, assassinate. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I feel like after that, you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust your ears, or anything. Can't trust anything if you let them do that to you.
Well, it's just like another aspect from a forever and always thing. Both of my grandfathers had pacemakers. Imagine an EMP. You
Yeah.
got a pacemaker. Let alone this electronic medical device is ostensibly battery powered. I guess they recharge off of like a wireless charger, one of those T chargers or whatever. You have that implant. If we did have the Carrington event, imagine that just pop in your brain.
Yeah. Or the wires getting superheated from the EMP, the electromagnetic fields passing through your head.
Yeah.
Or what happens if you get near like a 5G tower? Because radio waves can cook you like a microwave.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you had little wires in your little wires in your brain.
You heard that claim that Lucille Ball made?
No, I never did.
So, the best I understand it, nobody ever corroborated it, but nobody ever debunked it either, And as much of a starlet as she was, as much of pro-American propaganda as it was during World War II, her claim was that on her way from wherever she lived up in the hills or wherever at the time, on the way down to a Hollywood studio, she was driving along and was getting like this tick, 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 feeling in her feelings. She said it almost was like she could hear, like through her jawbone from her feelings, she could hear words, like over a radio program.
Uh-huh.
And so when she got to the studio, she told the security guard about it, and he called the authorities, and then the cops went out there and allegedly found like some Japanese, like a secret Japanese radio station or something, was the claim that she made. This was on like, I don't know, somebody.
Johnny Carson or something?
Yeah, Carson or somebody like in like the 60s or something. Late 50s or whatever. I don't know. Sometime post World War II. Enough time removed that like it's the 50s, there's not the internet. Who's going to go back and fact check it? Like you'd have to like buy airtime to get on TV to like refute her anyway, so everybody just oohed and awed and laughed about it. I'm sure if you
Yeah,
throw it into YouTube, like Lucille
that's
Ball,
super. That's super interesting. Actually, I met a guy who said that they could talk to him via satellites and microwaves, and I
because
just
of his
blew him off.
feelings.
I don't know. He said, if I remember right, like this has been fucking 20 years ago or more. Uh, he said something about working in a government institution. I don't remember the full story, but he said that they could speak to him via satellite with microwaves. And at the time, I just blew him off, and I made a joke when he walked away, and I was like, "Yeah, schizophrenia is a bitch." And everybody laughed about it, but then come to find out later, there's like actual evidence of things like that happening.
Yeah,
Very similar things.
Mark Legan says people with braces and fillings have reported hearing radio transmissions in the past. And then now we're sending Grit and Grace down the rabbit hole. She's going to go watch the Lucille Ball interview. You'll find it pretty easy because I've had it surface through my social media feeds over the years. So I've seen it 3 or 4 times over the last decade or so.
And I talked to that guy a little bit more later down the road, and he actually lined his walls with foil. Like before he tore down all his drywall, he put up like this foil something, and then put all his drywall back up. And he said as soon as he walks in his house, it all goes away.
Hmm.
I mean, that could still be mental illness.
Yeah, it could be.
I mean,
It could be placebo, and it could be real. Like I say, I really think there's some plausibility to why they wanted to get rid of lead paint. That wasn't because kids were eating paint chips. Because they outlawed the lead paint about the same time that we know the CIA had the first generation Stingray, the thing where they could drive around and like wirelessly tap into landlines and like the spy kids like amplified microphone and stuff.
yeah.
That the
I'll tell you
timetables
what.
correlate.
This day and age, I will not completely discount any conspiracy theory that you want to throw at me. I'll be like, okay, show me your evidence.
They still
And I'll
sell.
make.
They still sell that. They still sell that plumbing, like lead, like drain pan stuff for like showers and stuff. And it would be like cost prohibitive. You could probably do like a safe room in your house, or maybe all of your exterior walls. I don't know. It'd have to be, like I say, it would be pretty expensive. But you can buy all that sheeting to do that.
I mean, there's something to be said for all the wireless signals that are going on around us. There's people that sell, not just tinfoil hats. They sell freaking foil clothing, hats, tops, bottoms, the everything.
Mm-hmm.
I always wondered, I got this Bluetooth thing on my head all the time. Like, I'm gonna have ear cancer in 30 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have an
We
uncle.
don't.
He had like some sort of acute brain cancer, and to remove it, they ended up having to remove his eardrum to get to all of it. He's deaf. He's like truly deaf in one ear. Fortunately, he has a desk job, so he's not around like lawn equipment or tools, and he's not really a gun person, so I don't think he's got any other like noise pollution to contribute to hearing loss in the other ear.
Yeah, I'm imagining I'm in trouble when I get like really old, because I was a carpenter, using all the drills and stuff with no ear protection. I even used
Man, just
an
think,
electric.
even being a kid, the push mower. I
Yeah,
mean, just like we've said, even the people my age that know to wear ear pro when they're using like guns and stuff. Just think all the other like labor and menial tasks that produce damaging volume that they don't think to do it. Like shit, I'm to the point where I want earmuffs when I'm vacuuming anymore. It's kind of my job to vacuum the store once or twice a week as need arises or as lack of business arises. And by the time I get done vacuuming, I get to thinking, man, that was loud enough. I probably should have been wearing earmuffs. I don't, so I can hear the door ding, so I don't have somebody like sneak up on me. But
the riding a motorcycle. I started wearing earplugs when I rode a motorcycle, even with a full face helmet. That constant noise from the wind.
mm-hmm.
There for a while, I had a V rod with straight exhaust, straight, very short exhaust, so it came out like right under my butt. And I rode to work one day, and I didn't put earplugs in, and I worked like 80 miles away, so it was a nice long trip. When I got to work, I could only about half hear for the whole day. I was half deaf. Like that's probably going to have lasting effects just from the wind noise and the exhaust noise from my motorcycle.
I know
I used
I have
electric.
some.
Go ahead.
I know I have some hearing loss already, and I'm looking back on it. While there have been a couple of impromptu shooting sessions where I've shot a little bit without ear pro, I, looking back on it, I think that most of mine is probably off from a lot of mowing as a kid. Spent many summers mowing for grandparents, whether it be a small lawn tractor or push mower, both. I have mowed and weed eated a bunch, and I think that's probably what it's from. A little bit of chainsaws. But usually, when we had the chainsaws, my grandfather was pretty good about the whole Swedish helmet, like the bump helmet with the mesh guard and earmuffs. So
Yeah,
we,
you think back
we
on
wear
it,
ear pro for the
there's a lot of, mowing the grass. When I was a apprentice, they had me using this electric like jackhammer thing. Didn't give
Oh
me
yeah,
any ear
I bet that
pro.
rattled the shit out of you.
I just went for it to bust up concrete. Uh, what all the time I was a mechanic using air hammers.
Mm-hmm.
Very rarely would I take the time to go find my ear pro. I would just air hammer that ball joint apart. You know what I mean? It's only a second, right?
Yep. But it's all that hearing loss is cumulative.
Yep. And I'm kind of like you now. I want to wear earplugs like all day long.
I'm just hard of hearing enough that it pisses me off when you get about 3 overlapping conversations. And I work with a couple of people that are even harder hearing, so they holler like just their spoken conversation is loud. So then you get me trying to talk to an elderly customer or somebody that's really soft spoken, and like it gets to be enough that like it's irksome.
Yeah, I feel you there. Somebody said about noise, Mark Logan, Legion. Uh, I've heard that using noise machines for like your babies is actually damaging their hearing. It's not that it's a sharp thing like above the noise threshold. It's the constant noise. They're saying
Like
it damages. it damages your kid's hearing. I sleep with a noise machine on. Like, I was trying to sleep during the day. We got dogs. They're constantly like not full on barking, but like yipping at something. Constantly yipping at something. If I didn't have a noise machine, I'd never sleep.
He said it's worse
All
if your
right.
blood pressure goes up too.
Yeah, I have blood pressure issues, so that could be the strike too.
Yeah, they always tell me mine's a little elevated. Like they don't flip out and like make a huge deal about it, but usually like they. Of course, I get a little bit of white lab coat syndrome. Like I hate going to the doctor. So anytime I'm there, like I'm already like
Nervous.
freaked out a little by that. Yeah, just angsty. They're always
Well,
like, yeah.
they've told me ever since I was a teenager. Like, I'd only go to the doctor when I was damaged. And they're like, "Ooh, your blood pressure's a little up there." And they're like, "Oh, it must be because you're in pain and stuff, you know." But then they never like, "Oh my God, you need to go see a doctor." Until it got to that point, and they're like, "Oh my God, you need to go see the doctor." And not even now, after I'm taking medicine, the medicine's not working all that great. The doctor's like, "You feeling okay? Do you have a headache? Like, are you about to pass out?" And I was like, "No, I feel like I always do. Fine." Like, your machine is broken. I don't know what to tell you. All right, boss, you better get your ass to bed.
All right. We'll catch you on the flip side. Good night, everybody. Have fun. Be safe.
Eat what you prep what you eat. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Y'all be nice.
Later.